desktop audio.
I'm
Can you
giving up
still
with this
hear me
bloody
now?
switch light, I swear.
I did click that.
Is the battery
Audio
charging?
properties.
2.856. Yeah, it is charging. There you go. That is
it's back
so
on now.
low.
Good. No worries, bruv. No worries. I'm just glad.
Cool.
Yes, the.
So it is
So
charging.
I managed to
Dead
pick
battery.
up
Yeah, that's a
I've got
depleted
this
battery.
Razer
Usually it's about
microphone.
100
I forgot I had
milliamps,
it.
not 80.
So
But that's
hopefully
really
it's
low.
better than the one that was on the camera.
Guess that's short in the
I
port
lost the boom
originally.
arm to it. It's
On the
buried
M92,
somewhere.
there's just constantly
I can't find
draining
it.
the battery.
The
I don't know.
The main issue is
No, because it would have been fully depleted.
thought
Well,
I'd
it depends how
start
long
this
it's been
radio.
shorted for.
Because this is the one that come with.
You get what I'm
The
saying?
one that I took apart.
Picking up what I'm putting down.
It's
Kester 282.
capes,
Nick Gunn. What?
absolutely capes. I don't
this
know how
Kester
it still
282?
works. It works flawless. I want to change the belt. I want to give this a deep clean.
Don't know. Is that 282?
Over your voice. Oh.
It's SN60 PB40.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
60
sorry.
40
Yeah, because I
mix.
forgot Andy's on. Yeah, I could still hear Andy. Hold up. Let me
Lunchtime. Oh, yes, it
turn
is.
back, 'cause I was still
Oh.
on Andy's stream. Yes. Yeah, because I could hear Andy over your voice. Yeah, you know that sharp linear record player with the cassette tape and everything else. Unfortunately, it can't be repaired. I did put the belts on. I don't know if he was in the stream when I was doing it. I managed to put the belts on, but we had no sound. It did, but it was a hum. I don't know who suggested. It might have been. Yeah, that was the one with the bad power supply. I think it was. Yeah, it was the big sharp linear record player. I got it back today. It ain't great news. I think it was. I don't know if it was Grass Puddle or it might be Charles Mott. I think it was Charles Mott that actually said check the big power because it went with a bang. And what was more comical, I said, "Oh, it still works, but we've got no sound." And Charles, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it was Charles Mott. He actually said, "Check the power amplifier." Yeah, it was the power amplifier chip, and unfortunately, can't buy it. The old boy, he's really good with when it comes to this type of equipment, the earlier type of equipment. And unfortunately, he turned around and actually said, due to that being a right earlier model, he said there could be a strong possibility that you might not get the part for that. And he said even if you find one, he said the chances are it'll be one of these cheap Chinese knockoffs. And he said you're wasting your money and your time because they won't last. So yeah, a bit gutted to be honest on that front. So I don't think I'm going to be able to get that one repaired. So that one's going to have to be a spare parts only. But still, you live and learn. This is why I thought, well, you know, actually, come to think about it, where's my brush? God, the bloody dog's at it. Let me have a quick look. Yeah, so no chance to getting that one repaired, unfortunately. So that's not going to be due to that power amplifier chip now completely blown. He said, don't get the cheap Chinese ones. He said, because he said they use cheaper components. He said it'll work, but it won't work for long. It'll blow. He said, you need the original. He said, unfortunately, you can't get them. He said, that's the trouble with all this vintage stuff. You know, anything vintage related, he said, you are going to run into these issues, unfortunately. You know, which is a shame because now, obviously, I'll have to use that for spare parts only. Or, you know, I'll probably sell it for spare parts. But gutted, really, to be totally honest. But I'm actually amazed. I mean, this has got a lot of oxidation on the actual thing. I mean, that linear record player, that would have been really cool. Comparing, I've done all the work to it, put all the belts on, and then for what? Just for the pack. Mind you, it was comical. I did see it. I went, bloody hell, we've done an Andy moment there, but I didn't take out my electrics. No, that's actually quite funny. Do you know what? I was just saying, one on Discord. Who was it on Discord? He actually, let me say, it was Rusty Russ Repairs. Rusty Russ Repairs, actually, I asked to get set up. I wanted to get some memes set up on my streaming lab. Now you can download a program called Streamer Dot, which is a third-party program, basically, and then you can put all memes on that. MK Fix is on there. He's got all these, but he had all these set up. But unfortunately, when you try and set it all up, I've done it all. Watched the tutorial. It's not the easiest. It's really complicated. Managed to put the memes. I've got them all set up and put them in order. But unfortunately, when I try to, when you type in a keyword, because you've got to tie this program in, unfortunately, it plays them all at once. But it says that you've got to put them in order and you have to separate the folders. It was enough to make my head swim, but I did manage to. I think I've done about 85%. I've done it correctly, but when it plays, it just plays them all. You can't play one. If I just had one on the meme, then yeah, like this, like it's called green screen. So if I click this, I'll show you. So which I've set up. So you know, whilst I'm on it, and if I go into display capture, and then I'll but unfortunately, I've set it all up right. But when I go into it, it just plays them all. Even though I've put them all in order, I've separated them, tried to put them in a queue, it just plays too many. It plays them all at once. So obviously something's not quite right in the setup procedure, but it's not the easiest procedure to go through because you've got to create delays. Like I said, you copy them, then you have to create a delay, and then you have to create a closing scene for it. Otherwise, it'll just keep looping. Done it all, said it. I've got as far as what I showed you, but unfortunately, when it just plays, I mean, if I disable all of them and just leave one, then it'll play perfectly. But when you start playing more than one, it'll just play them all, and I cannot get that to play individually. So there's obviously got to be a queuing system, or you know that you play one at a time at the end of the day. But yeah, it's hopefully hopefully Rusty Russ said once he's back off his shift, he's got a video and he's showing me how to do it. So I want to get some memes on there because Andy's got some on these on there, and it does make it interesting. And like you said, now you've got great content of actually putting this in. But God, this thing is dusty as hell. I mean, it really is. It's got some serious dust. Let me see if I can put it on overhead on the camera, and then you might be able to actually see. If I move that one out of the way. Yeah, look someone to be a moderator on your channel, and I think they can set it up. Don't hold me to that though. No, I mean at the end of it, I mean this is a prime example of, like you said, these are not the easiest things. I mean, look at the amount of crud in that. I mean, this thing is absolutely caped with dust and dirt, and I just thought, Jesus, it's nasty. I mean, it really is. I mean, I'm actually amazed this actually works. It's just everything's just caked with dust and dirt. Even the pinch roller, you can actually, I don't know if you can see, even the pinch roller on that front. Let me put the other light on, then I'll show you. Give you a bit of light. Even the pinch roller's got some really oxidation on that, so I'll have to get all this cleaned off. That's all off where the cassettes have been. But this actually works, but it's nasty. I mean, this looks like this is sat around to get clumps. Let me see if I can show you the clumps of dirt. That thing is so far up, it's so zoomed in, I can't even zoom out. I mean, it's too zoomed in. That's the only trouble with these Eclair type boards at the end of the day. I mean, you can actually just about see we got some nasty material, and it's like this all the way along. And it's not nice on that front, but actually you might be able to see more. Yeah, look, you'll see more in here. But it's a prime example. It's everywhere. This thing is caped like you would not believe at the end of it. So I want to clean that up, but the trouble is I've got all these wires, and you've got to be careful with these, because like you said, I don't want to unsolder all that lot, but I also want to change the belt. So I can't change the belt because it looks like this is connected to this bloody thing here, which is right here. The trouble is, it looks like you've got to desolder. These are obviously, these are earths. I think one's an earth. Looking at it, I wasn't 100% sure. I think they are. I think that one's earth. Yeah. So I can unsolder both of them. And what I'll do, I'll snip a picture. And in that way I can take this off, hopefully. Because that's all underneath of it. I mean, it's still got bloody wires underneath, but I want to, that's all rusted. I mean, I want to actually do, I mean, obviously, if I don't start attacking this rust, and what I do on this live stream, I'll show you how I get all this corrosion off. Now, MK Fix use white vinegar, right? Now, I use white vinegar, but then you need one of these, right? Oh, what have I done? Sold up. I've killed the bloody power supply to the thing there. Sorry, bud. Let me demonetize the camera 4K, and then I've got to activate it. There you go. So basically, I've got one of these. I've got one of these power banks, right? The DC power supply. So what I'll do, I put that on for about. I'll put that on for about 12 volts, right? And roughly around about 2 amps. And what I'll do, I'll get that taken off, right? Put it in. Now, when MK Fix done these, because obviously he had something there, he just used a little Dremel, which I've got, to try and get all the rust off. Ideally, what you want to do is ionize the acid vinegar so it reacts to the metal, so you want charge to go in. Chill, I'll be back in shortly. Okay. So, oh, I've done it. Bloody, I can't believe that. I've done it again. No. Fucking hell, what's going on here? Right. Now I've got no camera. Great. For crying out loud. Here we go. Got camera back. Whee! Got the camera back, hopefully. So yeah. What I wanted to do is, that's what I'll end up doing. I'll do that on a live stream. Oh, fuck, not the bloody microphone over. And what I'll do, get that charged up, and that would take all that oxidation off, and it will also, but it should take it back to the metal, because that's surface rust. But the trouble is, if you don't, and then what you need to do after, you need to use IPA to dissolve the liquid. Otherwise, the acid in the flux will just keep, attacking it until it takes it right down, and it could actually dissolve it completely, which you don't really want. So, and like you said, I've got a new soldering iron, which is this thing, right? Now, this is a lovely little soldering iron. I got this off the TikTok shop. Look, it's got a little coffee thing on it. Let me turn one of the lights off. I'll show you at the end of the day. Let's see that one. And it might actually show you. No, it can't show you. But the reasons why I got a new soldering iron, I've got my solder station here, which is, these are one of these cheap ones, but still 70 quid, give or take. This one was 65, and what it is, it's called a precision. It's called a precision soldering iron. Now, I bought the upgraded kit, cost me 74 of the AliExpress. I think it was AliExpress, and I had to order it from China. It actually come quite quick. I only waited about just over 3 weeks, and the good thing is it come with a box with all different size tips, which I can't even find the box because everything's just buried in there at the moment. And these box, what you do, as soon as you take this off, it spikes. It's quicker than that Fantech that I've got, and it's so light and quick. It quickly gets hot, and it's so much more precise than these cheap soldering irons. And Retro 6 totally recommended, and well, he was impressed. He's still using it, so I'm glad that I've managed to get one. And it spikes all the way up it's gone past, it's up to 4, so hopefully, actually, let's put that back in for a minute. Let's just snap a quick picture. Smile. Lovely. So we've got, let me go to the toilet and I'll be right back. So, hopefully, let's see if I can take the, now he said, let me have a quick look while I'm on there. Chill. Copyright free. how's that? Is that because I turned the microphone off? I'll see if I was going to enable the 4K capture one. Actually, that's pointing in the bloody wrong direction to start with. That probably don't help. I really hate these camera setups. You know, they're a nightmare. How's that? I don't think I can go any higher than that. Audio and properties. Let's see. Desktop audio, so hopefully is that any good? Hopefully. I was saying, Cafor, you know that I'm pretty sure you was in the stream. You know that what was that? You know that Sharp linear record player. I said in Andy's stream, basically. You know the one that it had the double-sided record and then the tape deck and all that. Basically, yeah, I'll send it off to the old boy. I'm pretty sure it was, yeah, still needs to go a lot higher. You just got a little bit better. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, that's weird. That. Let me have a look to see. Right, hold up. Let me go back into properties. Actually, yeah, we've got Razer microphone, filters. Now we look into the filters. Audio remove, 3D band equalizer. Right, high, range, that. Let's have a look to see if that does. Is that any better? Okay, I can see. I see what you mean. Yeah, it's not the greatest, is it? I mean, I'm using one of these bloody microphones. It's a Razer one. I mean, it's a good make. Razer's actually a good make. Razer, the thing on it, but yeah, I can actually see what you mean. It's like you said, and it's turned all the way up. The gain's turned all the way up on that, on the layouts. And I've just had a look. The Razer microphone. Mute and output. Yeah, there's no way. Volume. Here we are. Let me see if I can turn it up to 1 to see if that does it. Let's try. Let's see if that does. Let's go all the way up to 2. Volume. 4 decibels. That's a lot better. I've turned it up to 4 decibels. Yeah, I see what you mean now because I can actually see it. Yeah, I can hear you now. Brilliant. I'll leave that on to 4 decibels. I've turned that all the way up. Yeah, basically, what it is, you know that I'm pretty sure it was Charles Mott. You did come on the stream. I remember you was telling me to check certain components on that linear record player. Yeah, put the belts on. I sent it to the old boy. I got it back today. Yeah. Yeah, audio chip. You know when we heard it, actually I know it's funny, but it's rather sad at the same time. It went bang, and it, you know, and I said, "Oh bloody hell!" I unplugged it. It actually still worked, but we've got no audio. Yeah, it looked like the power audio amplifier chip had gone, and that's what's took out. And I'm afraid you cannot get the audio chip out from it. You know, yeah, the power amplifier chip. You can't buy it. Which he did warn me. He said if that goes, he said there's a strong possibility. Yeah, that's that ST. Yeah, the STK chip. Now there is alternative chips. You can buy the China ones, but he said it's not recommended. He said he's had loads of them come in. Like very similar models, and he said as soon as you put them chips on, they work for a short while and then they go again. He said they put all the cheap components in, and he said they fill them with silicon so it looks like you've got a whole chip, but he said one of his mates tore one down because he repaired one a couple of weeks ago. He said, and then it had to go back to him because it went again. And he said it was due to them chips. He said to find an original chip to put one back in is virtually zero. He said unless you buy one that's for parts only, but he said there's no guarantee if the chip actually works. So he said you're better off selling it for spare parts. That's probably what I'll end up doing, just selling it for spare parts, which is a shame because, you know, it set me back 75 notes plus, you know, it ain't so much driving out there, but the old boy charged, so it set me back in total 95. Now, that's in pretty good condition at the end of the day, so I should just be able to just break even and get my money back on that one. But it's a shame that that can't be repaired, but due to that chip, which I'm pretty gutted to be totally honest. But hopefully, I don't know if there was any. See, this is the only thing when you're going in vintage stuff, and that's what I said in Andy's Discord, Andy's message. But he was getting so caught up, he was trying to read the message, and I'm afraid he couldn't read it because he was getting spammed with all other messages coming in. Bloody ignore it. Yeah, look at this. I'm trying to get this belt right now. The belt is actually the belt I'm trying to get to is this belt here. Now I don't want to undo all these wires because it's just a rat's nest of wires, which is not great. I don't really want to go down that sort of route, trying to you know, punch all these. I mean, look at the way that's a ceramic capacitor going on to an earth wire. I know what they've done there is to cut out that looks like that's an earth. So they've used that ceramic capacitor as a filter, basically. And what is that? That is a 47 UF ceramic capacitor. So they've soldered it to the earth, put it on there, and they've used it to take out the hum. So basically, it just takes out any feedback coming into this whole circuitry. Bloody hell, they're not kidding, are they? The only reasons why I'm tearing this down because it seems really, really bad. It's a really bad, like caked up with dust and dirt. I was going to strip it down, and I've just found that looking at that, these are rusted and all, slightly rusted. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, it's a shame because that was a lovely actual system, and I thought, oh, that would make a, you know, try to actually, even though that cost me, the belt cost me about £9, so in total I suppose it set me back about 105 at the end of the day, and it's in really good condition. I mean, it's never been tampered, but it was just unfortunately that chip blew, it just went bang. But this is the trouble with this vintage stuff. But I'm a bit of a sucker because everything I tend to go in for is vintage, and 9 out of 10 these vintage items don't seem to be lasting, which, you know, like you said, they've got others on there. They want 135, and again, they've not been tested, so the chances are that they've got issues as well at the end of it. But the trouble is, there's no point me buying another one to try and pinch the power amplifier amp off it, and that was a big chip. That chip was actually quite sizable. I think it was about that big. It was a bloody monstrous chip, that SK chip. So, God, do you know what? I knew this was going to be a bad mistake because I've got to try to get. I've got to try to. I can't even get to it. I'm trying to get to the wires, which is attached to. I've got wires attached to this, right? And I can't take these off, obviously, for that reason. They're tied to the bloody board, which I can't flip the board over unless I've got two wires here. Actually, let me take a picture. And I think this is why I have to take loads and loads of pictures. It looks like I've got to take this one off. This looks like for an audio, right? Because it's a grey, and one's an earth, and one's a thing on it. And then I'll have to. It looks like I've got a live coming off this, which that is. So that black is a live, not an earth. Wow. but it looks like it's going to a nerve as well. But I don't think it is, because it's all that's got to be cleaned. So what I want to do is take a picture of, if I point and then that's it, and then that way I know where the wires have come off. And I bought myself a new soldering iron, and I'll tell you what, this little soldering iron, right, one of these ones, I got it off AliExpress. I paid 75, and it come with a box with all like 3 different soldering irons, loads of different tips, and who used it? I think that's the reasons why I bought one, and it's got a little picture of a coffee cup on there. Take a break. Yeah, I've seen those chips, but they're not the exact model of the old Yamaha amps. Yeah, which is a shame, because like you said, because now I can't bloody use it. I mean, like you said, but yeah, this is what they call on these soldering irons, and it's really light, and it can get up to temperature 450, and this is the biggest they do on that range. And Retro 6, Luke, that runs the Retro 6 Wiki's website, and he does his live streaming, he's one packed up, and he went and bought one of these cheap Chinese ones, and he rated, he said, I'm really impressed how quickly this gets up, and he said this is great for precision, and the tip is tiny, so it's great for micro soldering, and it's really light, you know, and it gets up to temperature very quickly on that front, and I'm really impressed how quickly that got up to temp. So let me see if I can get zoomed in and you can see, but this bloody arm just keeps bending back down. But yeah, really impressed with the on that front. I'm gonna have to hold that because the bloody arm I've got on there, it's got one of those springable arms. So yeah, I won't be able to get the part for that, and it's like you said, it's a shame, because now I know it's confirmed 100%. He said it's the Power Audio chip, the amplifier. He said once that goes, he said there's not a lot you can do. He said unless you've got another one to replace it. And I said no, unfortunately I haven't. Fucking hell, this solder is absolutely left on there. Now I'm going to take another picture of this one so I can actually put this, because I've got to take all this off just to flip it over. I can't get to the screws, and I want to strip this down and get this a deep clean, because it is absolutely caked. So what I normally do is I always point to the wires, and then I know where these wires actually go. Otherwise I'll take them all off, and I think, bloody hell, I don't even know where I took that off. Yeah, I've got to admit, I'm impressed with that little soldering iron. It's very good soldering iron. It's much better than my other one. Much better. Right, and like you said, it turns off. I can turn it off now. I shouldn't need that. And that should now, let's give me a little bit more room. No, let's give me a lot more room. It's actually giving me a lot more room there, so I can now should be able to get to the screws, which I couldn't get to before, and I can have a quick inspection underneath the board. Because I don't want the trouble again. This being vintage, don't take too kind of actually trying to, you know, as soon as you, oh, bloody hell, why is that just took? It's just took that bloody phone just took a picture by itself. I didn't even ask it to take a picture. It's just sat on there. The bloody phone's just, what made me laugh? I've got the phone on there, and then it was on the screen, and all of a sudden the camera come on and took a picture by itself. I didn't even ask it to. That's spooky. I mean, you know, that really is spooky on that front. But so yeah, I was actually fucking, I'll tell you what, I've got gremlins in this place, I tell you. It does make me laugh. But yeah, this, I mean, this being a lovely little radio, that's what I said. I'll plug it in. When I picked up the linear record player, he said, I've got a little cassette deck here if you want it. I said, yeah, I'll take it at the end of the day. Shame, because I've got to oxidise that metal at the end of it, and see if I can try and do something to get all that oxidation off. Now, I ain't going to grind it, because that would just cause more issues. Yeah, look, that's gone right back now. So, actually, that's a lot better. And now I can gain access to these two screws without dismantling. I've still got to be careful, because I don't want to end up again, anything that's the only thing, anything vintage related, they can be an absolute headache to work on at the end of it. Now I want to take that screw out, because I don't want that going inside and I think, oh, if I'm crying out loud. And he's working on switchboards. He was having an Andy moment, and I went, oh, it's ironic really. But, oh look, there's a bloody ball bearing in there. What? I've just see a ball bearing come out. Where's that come from? Wow. A tiny ball bearing. It's just popped out. Now where's that come from? I don't even know where that's come from. They won't go through that, because that's a guide pin. Looks like that has to go through a guide pin, and I just took it out. So I don't even know where that's come from. Well, it don't matter. I mean, that belt is completely cream crackered. You can actually see, if I zoom in, you can actually see, you know, if I put the other light on, you actually see it a little bit better. So it gives you more light. Now, watch when I take my tweezers. Right, watch, see how much slack there is. Look, it's too much slack. I mean, it does work, but it's not ideal. I mean, you should not. I mean, you can actually see you shouldn't have in that much slack in a belt. So that belt is, you can actually see it is misshaped. So obviously this belt does need replacing. So I've got a stack of belts. Now, just what I've got to do is, yeah, you can actually see it now. I mean, you can. It's so mislined on that front. You can actually see it. So there's no way that was gonna last much longer. And I bet I'll run into the same problem. I bet if I looked, it being the maker of this being probably German, I won't be able to get a belt for it. I bet I'll run into that problem if I try. Lucky enough, I bought some generic belts, like I did with the other ones, and let's see if I can put a belt on. I mean, it's not disintegrated, which is a great, good bit of news. It's not completely gone, but I'm not putting that back in, because it's obviously it's not in the best of shape. I don't know where that ball bearing's come from. That literally jumps out, and I don't even know where that come from. I'll keep it to one side at the end of the day, but it must have come off there. I mean, if I put this back on just for a brief minute, right, on the front. No, it went that way, didn't it? It only goes one way. Yeah, it slots in that little hole. So I don't know where that's come from, really. It is free. But it feels a bit rough. You sure that ball bearing didn't go inside? That might have gone inside, you know. Let's have a look. It did. What is the chances of that tiny ball bearing, right, that little ball bearing in there, that actually slotted inside that hole? I've just slotted it in, and I think that's what does it. So what it does, it just gives it a little bit more resistance to push down. I'll have to watch that and realise there's one in there. I'll tip it out and it'll go on the bloody board somewhere, and I won't be able to put it back. So I've got to look for the belts. And you know, I was saying the other day, I was trying to have a look through, because I've got all bits there for Commodore 64s, and I like to keep all other bits and pieces. Look, I found I found all my colour LEDs. So, yeah, unbelievable. That's not supposed to be in there. So, let me have a look at the... Let's chill. Hello. Oh, it's Snapster. How you doing, buddy? Yeah. Oh, care for it. Yeah, I didn't know he was in. Actually, I didn't even know he was actually in. So, yeah. So that ball bearing had to be slotted into that. So, I'm trying to look for the belts. Now, I did have the belts because I used the belting system on there. Do you know what? I really have got to select my table here. Look, I build a lovely big table, right? 6 foot, right? This table's 6 foot. I'm built up. Look at the bloody state of it. I've got bits of lead everywhere. I mean, I've still got a stack of stuff I'm still trying to go through. I'm gradually getting through it. Got me TV and monitor set up, you know, and everything else. And I can't even get up here without me iMac because it's all like a balancing act. I mean, it ain't a repair table if you ain't junked up, you know. Andy moans about he ain't got enough room in his shed. I'm using up my front room. So, yeah, which is not great at the end of it, but it literally, it's unbelievable. You just run it, literally, I mean, you could take a 10-foot table and I guarantee I can actually fill it up, you know, just by, yeah, put that there, dump that there. I've got bits of soldering iron. I mean, I can't even find my bloody solder. I've got guns everywhere. I mean, I'm having issues with these sticks at the minute, with these fire sticks. Not fire sticks, these 4K game sticks, because I've got controllers that obviously wireless controllers are dedicated to these sticks. Now the only downside is this needs to be configured for my bar top. Unfortunately, I can't find them. I have got them, I just don't know where, because my bedroom is absolutely loaded. And then it's the same with this. This works lovely. Again, it's a Pandora's box. It's a 3D Wi-Fi, and you can actually see it, right? It's a Pandora's 3D Wi-Fi thing. 2 USBs, but again, same thing. I turned the sound down. I can't turn it up. I need the original controller to actually turn it up, which I'm gutted because now I can't bloody do anything because it plays, but I've got no audio. Obviously, I obviously must have went into an option and I can't get into the options, even though it's got a settings button at the back. It doesn't give you no audio. It's done on the controller, and I'm pretty sure I've done it with the controller, and now I can't find the controllers. I tried dragging it out yesterday, but I'm not dragging. I've got a massive cupboard full and it's loaded. There's some loads of Xbox 360 stuff on there. There's Nintendo Wii stuff. And I'll just shut the door. Do it another day. I mean, but that's what I can't configure, because I need the sound turned up and then I can configure the joysticks. But I still need to find another. I found another iPad to put on it because one of them was faulty. But I'm still buggered because on that front. But unbelievable. But yeah, I've got true. I've got 2 tables and they're actually filled with stuff. Yeah, don't even get me started on that. I mean, like I said, it ain't a repair table if your table ain't junked up at the end of the day. I mean, all I've done is turned my living room into a bloody repair shop. You know, with just items. I mean, I've got that dot matrix printer there. I don't even know if that bloody boots up. It probably does, but I wouldn't be able to use it because I'm pretty sure, didn't they use them dot matrix printers on the early 3 and 486 computers at the end of the day, because they've got the old big ribbon cable at the back at the end of it, and I probably won't even have one to fit it at the end of it. So I've got early computers, but not as early as that. I did back in the day. But yeah, unbelievable. I've got to admit, it did. Oh no, so something else on there I probably can't. And that was another thing. Over in that corner, I've got an Atari 1040 ST FM, but it's monochrome, right? Now, obviously, I've got my Ataris down there, all piled up in a corner, right? Which I still haven't done yet because I can't find the bloody screws. I put the screws down, right, for the Atari. Now I can't find them. So now I can't put the Atari back together because now I've lost half the screws. Well, they are. They're buried here somewhere in amongst this lot. The trouble is, the monitor works it, but if I try to play high res, if I try to play games on it, what actually happens? The monitor cuts out, goes blank. Now I thought that was a fault with the monitor, and apparently it's not. I looked into it, and these Atari monitors, they're for monochrome only, and games are in colour. They're not in monochrome, and they have to be a higher resolution for it to be recognised. So again, I've got a bloody monitor there, and I can't. So I'm really restricted because as soon as I try to play a game on it, it comes up, the picture then goes completely black. I can't get nothing. Yeah, I usually do that too. I usually have started and putting a few screws in a zip bag, and I've taken things apart. Yeah, do you know what? That's the annoying thing about it. I have done that. Yeah, look, what's these? Are these belts? These. I don't know if these are old belts or new belts. I didn't even see them. They're sitting right in front of me. But yeah, it is frustrating. I mean, look, I've got a bloody chip there. What's that chip of? That looks like for a laptop. That is. You know what that's for? That's one of them Wi-Fi chips. Looks like they go for. You can put the wires in. So that looks like that's I was looking for that, but I don't know what laptop that was from. Now, looking at that, I don't think, even that big one, that might be a bit too... Let me take these ones out. Are these? No, they're not. They feel like what? No, they're antennas. I thought it was belts. No, they're actually antennas. So that must have been for an antenna thing. I went, oh look, here, oh look, it's the belts. No, it's just wrapped round. It's one antenna. Bloody hell. That was funny. So that ain't a belt, that's an antenna. So, what did I take that off for? I don't know. I took that off for some reason. At the end of it. And I wanted to try and port... I also wanted to try and put a piece of software on some of these old laptops. Now, I can put Windows XP back, but then what's the point in putting Windows XP back? It's not being supported. I was going to run Linux, which, fine, because it's a stripped down version anyway. The only downside to Linux is not everything's compatible, and I might run into compatibility issues on that front, which is frustrating. But, oh bloody hell, I'm really gutted now. I can't find the, do you know what? This front room is like my life. It's just upside down. Look, I've got bloody Spectrum composite mod there. What the fucking hell is that? Brand new composite mod for a Spectrum. I've shoved that up there for a reason. Oh, great. Belts. Let me have a look. No, that's a clean comp. Let's have a quick look, guys. Hold up. I need these bloody belts now because I'm going to be buggered because I won't be able to put this belt back on. I don't want to put that belt back on because it's completely no, that's not it. They're standoffs. No. Premium. No, that's a battery. Where the fucking hell have they gone? Did I put them up here? Ah, here they are. I think these are them. These look like them. You take these off. Fucking hell. It is. Yeah. Oh, they're the old belts. No, that's not them. That's for the old belt system. Because I can actually see they're all misshaped, look. Right. Thought, oh, that's handy, found the belts. No. Oh. Fucking hell, knocking everything over. Let's have a quick look. Belts. Would they be? Fucking great. The door's got stuck there. There's all the bloody stuff inside. Yeah, they are in here. Here. Got them. So I've got one there. I knew I had them. I had them somewhere. I've got 3 lots of belts. So, where's that other... Oh, for crying out loud. Where's that, what does I do with that other belt? Yeah, it's here. So, what I need to do is match up the size. I think it's going to be this one, isn't it? The biggest size they do. I knew I put them here somewhere. I just couldn't remember where. Right. That looks like it. It is. Look at that. That's a perfect size. So I've got the right belt. So that's handy. I won't have to worry about belts. I mean, the other one looks a little bit thicker. That's the thickest. I've got thin ones. I bought a mixture. I know it because I'm always mucking about with radios. So I know that I had these belts somewhere along here, which is obviously buried under this bloody lot. That's that. It keeps being jammed up. I'll put that over there for a minute. Right. So looking. This is obviously, that's the original belt, right? Look, that's the original belt I took off, and you can actually see, you can actually see that kink. Now this is the new belt I just took out, and that looks about the correct size, because obviously there must have been about a 10% chance of stretching. So, and that looks about the right thickness grade. So I'm going to put the new one on. There must be all the old belts that I took off all the other machines, so hopefully on that should just go straight on. That feels better. Yeah, that straight away. There's hardly any play in it now. So you can actually see in the belt system. There's hardly any play in it. Before, it was, you know, it was really loose. You can actually feel the resistance that when I'm tugging it. So yeah. But I might just squirt a little bit. I did have some gear oil for. I think I've got some up there. That just feels a little bit stiff. They shouldn't be that stiff. I think this bloody grease is, the lithium grease is all dried up at the end of the day, and I can feel it. Yeah, shouldn't be that stiff. Does that come out? Feels like that's going to come out. It does come out. Yeah, that's handy. Okay, it just popped out. What I might be able to do is just squirt a little bit I might have some silicone. I think I have. I've got some little gear oil. Squirt a little drop of gear oil down on the actual side there. Like that. Just a little drop. And I've got some lithium. I think I've got some lithium grease. Which is this stuff. So I'll put some of this lithium grease. And just squirt a little bit. Got to take the top off. Oh God. Yeah, that went well. And what I need to do is just smear some actually on that shaft. It just keeps springing back. It does my head in. Now I want a little. Actually, where's my little picks? I had a little pick that I actually. That's a lot. Good luck trying to find it on this table with all this bloody lot. Bits of arcade. Fucking. There's melamine sponges on here. Arcade switches. There's bits of everything. Oh, bits of cable. Where's my picks? Huh? I had them on here. For crying out loud, they've gone walkabouts. They're not under here. There's an HDMI cable there. Don't know where that's come from. Let me have a look. I wonder if I could just use a little tiny screwdriver. I might be able to use one of these little tiny screwdrivers and take just one out. And what I need is smear just on that shaft. So I took a small blob and basically bloody hell, Bronson, you made me jump, for crying out loud. Pull that back. I ain't got much of this left. I don't even know where I got that from. But it's good stuff. So what I'm going to do is put the cap back on that. That's it. I only want it for the shaft, so as soon as it spins through. Right, hopefully. Oh, great. I knew that was going to be an issue. As soon as I got that out, I went, oh, this ain't great. Because now I've took it out of the slot, now it's going to have trouble getting back in. That feels a lot more better. Where's my torch? Let me grab my little torch because I can't bloody see anything. It's awkward as hell. Gotta make sure there's one. Oh, that's me phone. You've got one underneath here that turns this one, that drives that. can't see with all the bloody wires in the way. Let me see if I can. Yeah, that might do it actually. That's better. It wasn't sitting straight. It is now. That's sitting a lot better. And it looks like it's sitting against that wheel as well. So yeah, that's actually worked out quite well. So now what I can do now is put this back on. Obviously that belt is completely cream crackered. It's not the right belt. Now I forgot this had a ball bearing inside, so I've got to put this back really carefully. No, the ball bearings come out. It's got a ball bearing inside it. Well, that went well. Now the ball bearings come out. Which, how did I know that was going to happen? So I got the ball bearing. There's reasons why you've got to be so careful putting these back on. Not the easiest. No. We've got an issue of sitting down now, so it won't sit down because something's not quite here. That is now. That is now. That's sat down now. Brilliant. It's got to sit snugly against. It's got to come over. God almighty, this is. So I said, changing the belts on these ain't the easiest. On these old systems, they always end up putting up a fight, and that ball bearings come back out again. No, it's dropped back in there again. Look at the bloody shit, it's just falling out of it. Now I can't find that ball bearing. I know it's gone in there somewhere. For crying out loud. Wow. That ball bearing did drop out, I heard it. Like where, I do not know, because I cannot find that tiny ball bearing. It's obviously it's come out on the table somewhere, because that's being tiny, ever so tiny. Double check, make sure that didn't come out. Yeah, is that it? No, that's not it. Found it. Go. As now I can put these back. I'm waiting. Right, so there should be 2 screws. Now what ones did I take these out? Now they're obviously for the motherboard. Pretty sure it could be these. All that just to change a belt. Nicely done. That's a nice size belt, and put that on. I want my brush. Here it is. There's my brush. Oh, the other one's for the microphone, is it? Now, can I take these out? Look at that. I know what's going to happen. You've got to break it. Now, this is going to be tricky because I've got to try and extract that. You know, bent that up, you know. Having tweezers, bent. Try and have a look. I can't put that together because I can't find the bloody screws. Yeah, mind you, and the table. Where's that fucking big screwdriver? Let's see if I can pry it up. I don't want to go too mad because you can end up start busting fucking plastics. of trouble with a lot of these plastics. Ooh. This is not going the way I want it to. It don't help. I've got a jumper on and I'm not. It is very warm, my friends. God, Jesus. Snips. Snip, snip, snips. Snipping is the business. Again, I think that's fucking standard. That is not even coming out. Oh my God. Ouch. Finger. That one's out. Cool. Now this one. Like that. But that one mangled like you wouldn't believe it. It's right, I might be able to make that good actually. Try and pull that out. Just grab my little nose pliers. Holy moly. That looks like that's near enough bent that back into place, not quite. So what the other one? Radio clean. Hot. About to take my jumper off because fucking melting. What I'm trying to do at the minute, I'm trying to sort this. I had to get this spring out because it's partly rusty. So what I'm trying to do is put it out the socket. This one's a bit mangled up as well. Got to try and straighten these up a bit. And they're not the easiest thing to try and straighten up. Because what you want to do is they're supposed to sit straight. This one's a bit gone a bit skew with. Not great. It's a little bit better. Trouble is, you need. Actually, I've got a better idea. Give me 1 minute. I know what to put them on. I've got this device. So what I'm going to do is put the spring on here. Hopefully that will then bend everything into play. And then I can straighten it up that way. So I bend it back, because if you bend it too much, you're going to take the tension out of the spring, which you don't really want. So I can see now it's that one there wants bending up ever so slight. Bend it forward, and then basically just untwist it. And now that near enough looks. I mean, this top piece still wants coming over. That's David. Hello, Dave.
How you doing, mate?
All right, mate. I'm in the stream in a minute.
Oh, yeah? All right, no worries. I'll talk to you later.
All right, cheers, Dave. Speak to you later, bud. Ciao, mate.
See you later, mate. Bye.
It's all right. It's my cousin. He lives with my mum. His mum died, and they told him to live in a car because they told him he's got to get out, which we couldn't do that. It's family. I think the all boroughs are disgusting there. You know, they can give all the migrants an hotel, but for the likes of our own people, we're forgotten about. I think that is just so wrong. So wrong. We should always put our own people first before others. Now that looks a lot better. It's supposed to look like that. That's how it's supposed to look. But looking at that, it's sort of offset, but it's a lot better than what it was. I mean, it will sit straight, as long as the battery sits straight, but I'm going to leave it there, because I know what'll happen. If you do too much, you'll have an issue. So I'm going to do the same again now, with this one. You know what I could have done with my wide pliers? Let me go and grab my wide pliers for a minute. Wide pliers. It's vital that, because I want to clean these up anyway. So that's the idea of me white pliers, because then I can put them in and just give it a little slight, ever so slight bend. Bend them back into shape. I mean, that's near enough bent that back into shape. Near enough. That's a lot better than what it was. Because I want to put these in. I'm not putting these in the ultrasonic, but yeah, that's a lot better. I wouldn't say that's perfect, but that is. It does sit straight now, where before it was all cockeyed and everything. So, like I said, not the prettiest, but I want to obviously clean these up. So, great tool that is. That is what they call a spader bit when you're drilling for holes for wood or plastic. They got markings if you want to step on. I use them for the arcade. Perfect. But when I've done my buttons, I wanted a 22mm hole. I've got bigger ones of these. Obviously, these goes all the way up to 20. So on these, you can actually see the sizes. So you can start off at a 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 and 20. And basically what this does, it just takes it down a notch. So if you want to go down, once you get it down to, say for example, you want a 10-inch sort of gap, you take it down to that sort of level, and then that's it. If you take it down to, oh no, that's 10. If you take it down to there, it's 12, because it's obviously, it's gapped up. That's the idea of the stepping stones. But yeah, these are great on that front. So yeah, these must be my old belts. Don't know why I'm keeping old belts, I ain't got a clue, but the main thing is that's back on, right? That now spins lovely and freely, and I can fill it now, and that's so much better. That is a lot better at the end of the day, but I think that has to go through. Oh no, it might have to go through the other arm. I'll put that back through the other side. But looking at the sides of here, these are all oxidised and all, they've gone green. So is there a way I can get them out without breaking them? Because again, once these are in, these don't like coming out. No, they can. Perfect. So I've took them out. That one's out. What about the bottom? Can I get the bottom out? Yeah, it's typical. It's a bloody wire. Let me switch this back on. I didn't see that wire. So what I'll do, I'll snap a quick picture while it's running. Smile. That's it. Lovely. Sorry, microphone was in the way. Where's my little tweezers? Fucking bent all the end of them up. I want to take that off. Like that. Lovely. Now I can take that out. Where's them little nose tweezers? Just pull that out. Lovely. And I pulled that one out. So there are all the oxidations on there, but I still need to clean all this because this is all caped up. And again, while I'm in here, right, I want to take that pinch wheel off. So what I need to do is just I need my little pick. I don't know where they are. I bought some little picks, and what I need to do is take that pinch wheel off and give that a good clean, because it's really oxidised on there, really badly. I need my little doodads. know where they are. They obviously got to be somewhere. I thought I had them all. No, that's not it. Melamine sponges? No. That's not it. There'll be a day on there, I'll be able to find you something, but to the meantime, I don't think that's not going to be possible. I just don't know where they are. I did put them up here. So, hope they're not buried underneath there. I don't think they are. I mean, I've got bits of microphone. There's everything in here. Jesus. Let me turn that soldering iron back off. I don't need it on. Oh, that's frustrating because in amongst the little things, I had a pick and it was perfect for that point. I didn't put them into another pot or anything. Don't think I did. Holy moly. No, soldier. Oh, we are, look, they're behind there. Found them. You'll find them somewhere. Now, in amongst there, I've got a little tiny pick. Well, I did do. Here it is. Got it. Now, that's got a little pick on that. Might be able to just pick that off and just take that. Still having issues. Let's try a little flat end and pinch it up. Yeah, that's done it. Done it. Took it off. Look how tiny that is. It literally is that tiny. This is what I'm saying to you. You've got to do the most smallest things to try and get these off is not the easiest. It's gone in here somewhere. For crying out loud. All I wanted to do is get to this pinch roller, take the pinch roller off so I can get that clean. But now I've lost the spacer. Ew, that's nasty. I don't know where that's gone. I know it's gone in here somewhere. I'll have to tip it up and dig it out. But I don't want to lose that little cap. Put that there. And that and that. We'll push this to one side just for a brief. Because what I want to do now, look at the crap, it's just literally all that fell out that inside that radio. Wow. That's unbelievable. That's a lot. Now what I want to do now is I want to set the machine and grab. I need 12 volts. So I need to move it over. Go 12. I want 2 amps. That's it. 2000 amps. So what I want to do now is put some metal inside and then oxidate it, because I want these to actually get some vinegar. Then I'll show you of the issue I've got. Hey, J-Fix, I can barely hear you, buddy. Sorry, bud. Give me 1 minute. Let me go and grab. I'm going to do some oxidation. I've got these connectors here and they need oxidating. Give me 1 minute and I'll show you what I do. So, the idea, right, the idea is that we need white vinegar. Now, obviously, when NK Fix did thing, he used white vinegar. The correct way to do it is the way I'm doing it now, which this is what I normally do to take oxidation off. Now, what you're supposed to do, this is only lightly corroded, very lightly corroded. It's not heavily corroded, but it doesn't matter. It's still got some corrosion, and I can see it's tarnished. This is on the verge of actually being, you know, if this got left any longer, it'll get to the point where it'll start, the rust, surface rust will start eating in. But we need to sort of dilute this after, once to neutralise, otherwise the acid from the vinegar will keep attacking it. So, but what we want to do, just like everything else, we need some bacon foil. So again, give me 1 minute. So what we want to do, right? This is the way I do it, right? And it works every time, and it works very well. So I want to take some kitchen foil, because obviously it's for that radio. Right? Take some of this out. Doesn't matter what side this lays up, really makes no difference, as long as it's conductive. Right? You want to line the side and one bit of that. So what you need to do, you need to create a charge. So all you need to do, this is what I'm doing here, is creating what a battery does. It's no different. It's lined with lead, and then obviously you've got the conductive, and then you've got wires coming off the lead going on to the next cell on that, and that's what gives it its charge, obviously the gases. So I only want a small piece, don't want a lot. Right. Ain't got to be perfect. And this is how I'll do it. Right. So, I'm not going to need all of that. I'm going to need half. So basically what you want to do is go in, right? So just line it, and what you need to do is just make sure that this is lined up. And the connectors on there. What this does, this creates like an electronic charge, because obviously it's conductive. You've got to make sure it's conductive at the end of the day. But same thing, no difference at all. So what we want to do now, right, is you've only got to cover it. You ain't got to go mad with this stuff. Basically. So what I want to do is put these parts in. Right, just put them on there, basically. and you'll see it start to fizzle. I mean, remember, this is just white vinegar. You want to get it concentrated. If you can get a concentrated one, this ain't concentrated. I did have. Let me just double check, make sure I've got a concentrated. You really want to try and get concentrated of vinegar, because what it does, the more acid in the vinegar, the better the result. I mean, this is what it gives off anyway. Boom, boom. Let me take the other one out. Better still, concentrated vinegar. That's what you need, concentrated vinegar. And it tells you on there, right, you can clean this, wipe off within 5 minutes, because this stuff is more concentrated. I think I used this previous on another job. So that's the stuff you need more than the other gear. So what I'm going to say is, don't try this at home. Kids, you don't want to breathe the fumes in. It's not good for breathing in at the end of the day. This is only for metals, right? So basically, and it's being much more concentrated. It doesn't say the concentration levels, but you want to get it. And already I can smell, the smell is literally, what's that? What's happening with your microphone? It's very low. Basically, I just want to tip it all in, right, and just barely cover it. Just enough to cover from the surface. Keep pouring it in until it's submerged. That's it, like that. So I've used half a bottle, right? And the smell on this is really strong. It's compared to the other one, this is a lot stronger. So as I said before, I've got it set at 1200, right? So it's running on a 12 volt battery, 2 amps, right? At the end of the day, so it's nothing really, nothing major. Now all I want to do, just put one on one side, one on the other, and what that do, that will now create a charge into that, because you're using the paper as a conductive, so it's running like a car battery. Now when NK Fix done it, he just used vinegar. No, I don't do it this way. I do it this way because I know it attacks the metal and it will start taking off the rust, and it works perfect every time. I've never had an issue with it. The more concentration levels you can get, the better the results. So what we do, let me switch her on, and it straight away pulls 2 amps, right? It's pulling 2000 amps straight away, and you'll see the result, because what it will start doing, and already I can see within, it started to fizz up already, because what we're doing, we're pulling 2 amps in. So it's actually, and the longer you leave it, that will start going up. So already I can start seeing it like bubble. So this is what I'm saying. This is how I do to take oxidation off, basically, of these items. So, and what they do, the number, obviously, look, it's pulling 2 amps. It's pulling 2 amps on here, and it'll fluctuate. It'll go down, but then it'll start creeping back up, because what you're doing, the voltage that's going through, now it's putting voltage from what you're supposed to do is put one in one end and one at the other, and what that does, that creates that pocket. But it's the same thing, it doesn't make no difference. The liquid is creating a conductive form of barrier, so that's what it's doing. But you will already, I can see little tiny bubbles forming, literally bubbles forming. I'll leave both lights on and you'll see what I mean just by leaving it. It's stuck at 2 volts now. It's dropping down. It's actually dropping down, but it is pulling 2 amps. You can put more amps in, at the end of the day. But the idea is you don't want to put high amps in this and attack it straight away. You want a slow conductive, so you want it to get into the rust and let it gradually build up. So that's what is that's because that's no different than a car battery. It's very similar to lead, and that's what it pulls. What about if you connect the terminal from the power supplier to the metal part itself? Can do. I mean, it's exactly the same thing. It makes no difference. You still need some bacon foil for it to work. So what you do, the longer you leave this on, the better the result. And I'm going to leave this on, and I'll prove that what I said. So I won't go. You don't want to. You can go mad. You can actually crank it all the way up to 30 amps. You know, but that's not great because what that's doing, you're going to create gases off it. The idea of this is that you want it done slowly, so the acid in the actual vinegar itself starts attacking while it's being charged. So them electrons that's now being charged up through the acid is now starting to attack that rust even more. So the idea is so it can literally just take just enough but not do too much damage to the metal. I mean, that's the idea. This is the reasons why batteries have to have a trickle charge or a slow charge, what they recommend at the end of the day. You don't want to crank it and go mad. I mean, but yeah, like you said, the voltage seems like it's dropping down. I remember I put it up all the way up to 12. It don't matter if you put it up to 24, but you want to keep it roughly around about 2. But the longer I leave that number will start creeping back up, because remember, this is acting like a flat battery, so it's gradually putting it back in. But the best thing is just leave it and you'll see the results. So while it's leaving, right, you don't want to put plastics in this. Just don't put things like, I'm using a pinch roller there, I'm going to clean that with IPA, right, at the end of the day, or just a little bit of vinegar, just diluted vinegar, not concentrated, to get some of the oxidation off. But normally 9 out of 10, IPA is the best stuff to use. I've bought some of those GU deserts from the supermarket and refused the glass pots, and they work just great. Yeah, and in the right size for the small pot. So yeah, you don't need to use too much vinegar. Yeah, you're right, you don't. I mean, at the end of the day, if you ever want to go down this route, just make sure, I mean, I think I got these from Home Bargains, and just make sure it's concentrated, because the more concentrated levels you do, I mean, it's great for car windscreens, but I use it, this is how I started off doing deep cleaning. When I deep clean something, I start using concentrated, because it seems to get the result done much more better than anything else. I mean, I see MK Fix, he just squirted vinegar. Yeah, it does. It will take off a tiny little bit, but you don't want to start taking it off with Dremels and things like that, because what you're doing, you're taking off that enamel that was attacked. So you want to do it slowly, and this is the best way to do. I mean, look, that is now sat at 189. It ain't moved. So basically, that's sat at 189. It's pulling. Oh yeah, 188, it's gone down, but it's still pulling 2 amps. That is the crucial part. Yeah, it's spiked up a little bit, went from 188. Like I said, leave it, that number creeps up. And what that does, because again, you can't, I don't know if the camera can actually see, but right in that corner, there's all tiny bubbles forming. And then the longer you leave that starts then charging, and this just acts just like a battery. So you haven't got to put it on the contacts, as long as this contact on here makes contact, because the water's inside, obviously the vinegar's inside, and that this will start being attacked. So when you pull this out, you'll start seeing it all physically just coming off. I mean, you can't see that at the moment, but the smell is quite strong because of that vinegar is so concentrated. So while I'm waiting for that, I want to actually clean that because I've just changed that belt, and that was fun and games trying to get that belt, because there was a ball bearing inside that belt. I've never seen that. So again, I've got a big bottle of IPA, but I use this stuff. Now I get this off eBay. And this stuff's fantastic. You know, and I tend to find this IPA. It's a little bit expensive. It's £20 for 2 cans. It's £10 a can, but it is much more. It's just like the concentrated stuff, but I tend to find that's a lot easier to get in to awkward places than instead of using a little toothbrush, because everyone's got a toothbrush. I mean, at the end of the day. But yeah, I would say that's what I normally use. I just use that. They do give you a little brush set on that front. But yeah, he says I bought some of those sponges. Yes, the melamine sponges. Which are these? At the end of the day, the only thing is with melamine, which these are great sponges because I see of Retro 6. The only downside is they're very messy. Now, what you're supposed to soak it, right? What you're supposed to do is dip this in IPA, but the same thing. As long as the board's soaked, it's the same thing. It's not going to absorb all of that in, but these will break off. But I'm starting to get used to using these now because it takes off all of that residual flux of the manufacturer's boards. So yeah, these are great. I mean, they're cheap as chips, but definitely well worth getting. I told that it's great for IPA. It showed on the video. Some told me it's a bad idea because it creates static charge on the PCB. You can't win, can you? I mean, everything creates this. It's like when I do working on PCs. When I build PCs from the ground up, like I built the one behind me. You're supposed to wear an anti-static wristband to take because again your body forms of charges. I mean, that's all I'm doing here. I'm just creating a charge, but you can't win. I mean, if you look at Retro 6, he won't use. He does things the way he does, and it works for him. And he's been doing it a lot longer than anyone else I've ever known. So if it works for him, it's in a manner of what you got to tend to find is what works for you. And at the moment, it's all about, remember, all of us YouTubers now, it's what we do things in our own way. It's not that I'm saying that, you know, my way is different to your way or someone else's way at the end of it. Yeah, I don't think I have ever damaged anything before static at the end of the day. If you really want to go down that route and you're not 100% sure, right, just take, right, a piece of wire, copper wire, stranded a copper piece of wire, just put it to an earth, solder it to an earth board, right, and then literally just find a ground point anywhere, right. I mean, you could actually put it the earth pin, not switch it on, and literally just earth it out to the board, and you'll know you're going to take off that discharge anyway. I mean, you can do it. There is a lot of fragile components on there, but let's put my gloves on because I don't want to get covered in this because that's oxidation. It's going to get on my hands. This is another thing. Get yourself some gloves because normally, again, the main thing is Joey wears gloves, and a lot of other people now start to wear gloves, and it makes sense because everything I tend to touch, I'm fed up. I keep washing my hands on everything. I mean, it does make it. Now look, I've only just took that with IPA, right, and already that's took off years worth. That looks like nicotine, but you'll find that is all oxidation of the cassette tapes. This is a great little cassette player, but you know, I'm amazed it actually works. That's gone back up. That's gone up to 190. Yeah, and I'll show you. It's gone up to. Let me punch it in. I can't go in here. I can't zoom in here. It's gone up to 190, and the watts and the wattage is actually gone up a little bit. Yeah, look, it's spiked up just a little bit. See, it went up to 2. So that's what I'm saying. You want to do this slow and not do. It's not a quick fix, but that's what you want to do. You want to attack it very, very slowly, and that's the key. Make sure it's just attacked slowly and not fast at the end of the day. So yeah, I mean, like I said, what works for me, but don't mean that someone else does it. But you'll find the more you start doing, you know, remember, I mainly do all the retro stuff. Not everyone does a lot of retro stuff. I love it. This reasons why most all my gear is retro at the end of the day. So that probably would make sense. It's like you said, there's too many modern repairs being done, but I don't see many retro repairs being done. Not on channels. That's one thing I don't get to see too many of. I mean, it's not for everyone, but to me, I remember I grew up in the late 70s, and I grew up with most of all this stuff. So it started to get me into actually doing the old retro repairs, and and bringing things back to the way it originally was. It's a shame about that other item though, because that reel to reel had an issue, which was a lovely Sony reel to reel player, and unfortunately the heads were too oxidised, and even though they said they was too warm, and once they wear away you can't buy the heads for them, they're obsolete. This is the only downside to what I'm dealing with, because all of my retro from the early 80s to mid 90s, this stuff is now obviously you can't buy parts for, and this is the trouble, and which is a shame, because like I said, what can you do? JFix, yeah. So yeah, it's absolutely. So this is the reasons why I love this gear, because you could just squirt just a little bit and just get, like, thinking, well, it's only a little bit, I'll take a little bit off, it ain't too bad, and it is taking it off, you can actually see it. So eventually, this is the reasons why, and again, I don't work on, I've got them plastic mats and I can't work with them. So the best thing is, I tend to find, work on a towel. Again, it works because I just find it's a lot easier. It can be frustrating, because if it's on a table, it can slide off a table, and that's the only thing, and then you've lost it. But yeah, unbelievable. Look at that. Look, I'm still taking it off. You want to do this until there is no more coming off. That's 3 buds already. You'll get through cotton buds like you wouldn't believe. Literally loads and loads of them. That's gone up to 194. So that is charging, and it's charging very slowly, which is a good thing, because that's what I want. I just want literally. It's a bit like when I do the retro brightening. Exactly the same process. When you're doing retro brightening, everyone does. I've seen retro brightening being done different at the end of the day, and I don't do it like the way they do it, but it works for them. But I tend to find that slow is the key. Like with a lot of this stuff, just do it slowly, and then you'll have a better end result. It will just look better. You think basic retro brightening for a company can charge you anywhere up to £70 at the end of the day, depending on the item. So when I've done my BBC Micro, that was a prime example. A big item like that would be, the maximum price would probably be about 70 plus. That's near enough all off now. I can see it. All I'm taking off now is the residual on the plastic, because now I can see this. So you don't want to go too mad, because this is the reasons why I tend to, when I do take all of the oxidation off. The oxidation, this is the pinch wheel. This is important, because you need this pinch wheel to actually pinch against the spine of when a cassette, so it can give it its grip. So and it helps with the guidings. So, but again, main thing is, but yeah, actually, I think one more should do that. One more. These are reasons why I say wear gloves. Just makes sense. That did spike up to 205. It's gone to 22. Yeah, I'm just taking black off the wheel now, so. Lovely. Besides that, it is doing its job. what I normally do is do a tiny quarter on one side. You don't want to rub it down too much, because what you're doing, you're taking the rubber. You could be you don't want to create any flat spots on these pinch wheels. I mean, you could probably buy these. These are going to be about £5 or £6. They're not going to be a lot, but that, looking at that, I would say that is a lot better on that front. So I've took all that oxidation off that wheel now. I can see that pinch wheel now is worn, but a lot better than what it was. So I'm quite happy with that. So I'm going to dispose of this. Yeah, that's gone back up to 195. So it seems to spike, but it's definitely doing its job. So I'm going to leave that. Just going to leave it, because, like you said, I put it up to 12 volts. The longer I leave it, the better that result will be. And then what I need to do after is neutralise it with some IPA. That's what I need to do, neutralise, because otherwise the acid will keep attacking it otherwise, which is not ideal. So what I want to do is move that just briefly to one side. I want to be ever so careful because I don't want to disturb it. Now we can crack on. Now I've put that, I can put that pinch roller back on. Let's put the IPA up there. Crying out loud. Everything I've seen to fucking push up there, just something falls off. Right, we can bring that back to the table. So, this is where toothbrushes and things, I can actually, it's alright, but you don't want to go, you just want to just ever so slight, ever so gentle. Someone has put lithium grease on that. While I'm here, I'm probably going to get the best opportunity. Bit of IPA. Let's just quickly clean the heads. Actually, I didn't do that. Now that other item's still in. I can see it from here. I can grab that in a minute. So let me just quickly grab the recording and play head. Because one's a recorder. Now mine's got multiple heads on my other one. It's got about 4 heads on the Panasonic. It's really clever bit of tech, but it's a bit involving. Look at the oxidation. That's what I said to you. It's amazing what IPA just takes off. It's all the years of cassettes that people just put on and play. That's took quite a lot off. Wow. Unbelievable. Okay. I've just found where that other item is. It's right in that corner. Oh, for crying out loud. Dust has got in the way and it's gone in the bloody corner. Let me see if I can try it. Here it is, it's come out. Let's see. What it is, it's just, it's Neil. Sorry guys, give me 1 minute. Neil, can I ring you back in a little while? I'm in a stream.
Okay, mate, no worries.
Cheers. Yeah, so yeah, pulled that little piece out because that's a spacer on that front. So literally, so yeah, just wanted to be ever so slight. Was that dust in there? No, it's not. but them keys need to come off, and they need to go in the ultrasonic cleaner. So it's spiking up. That's going up ever so slight. That went from 190. It's gone up to 196. It is creeping up. It's just going up ever so slight. So it's not creeping up straight away, but it is creeping up, and that's just how I want that. At the end of the day, I want that just so it does on the. But I've got to try and get these off without breaking these, because they did put on the keys on these. I'm sure they use residual glue. And again, you won't be able to buy these items because, again, looking at the way these are, I don't think they're going to come off. And if these don't come off, I don't want to break them because I won't be able to replace them. Let's see. Because you can't move with these, with all this circuitry in the inside. It was bad enough trying to get to the, take that belt off, because that belt was such a sod to get off. This don't feel right. This just feels too. No, they do pop off. So these do come off, but you've got to do them. I think you've got to pinch them in. It looks like that one just got pinched and it just slots in. So I think what I might have to do is, where's my long nose pliers? If I pinch them in ever so slight, and see if these pop off. It doesn't matter. These ain't like timed or anything. Like they ain't got like no, that one's not coming off. Remember, some of these, I hate plastic things. Anything plastic related, I hate, because plastics could be, it could go so brittle. See, that one's come off. That one's off. Have they put glue? No. No glue. This is how I like to strip things down and basically try to get it back to restored so it's fully, you know, but you just got to be careful. It's just that these type of items don't like being taken apart too, you know. You've got to watch for things like there's all springs and tensions and things on there. It's gone up to 198. So what I do, if you can't get one side, what I tend to do is just a little bit on one side and then go a little bit on the other side, basically. But you just be careful. I mean, I've got 3 of. I'm going to put all these in the ultrasonic cleaner. I've got some cleaning solution on that. Yeah, this one's not putting. This one seems to be putting up a fight. Let's see if I can try and pinch that. Just grab ever so slight, and then put something behind that, and see if I can. See if it'll go. You know, like that. That one's off. It's gone on the floor, but it's off. So what you've got to do, you've got to try and pinch it to get these off. I've got to be careful of all these bloody wires everywhere. Right. That's what I need to do. So just ever so slight, pull him in. Yeah, that one's off and on. Right, that's all of them off, and none of them are broke, that's just what I wanted. No, so it looks like the connectors on there, you've got to pinch them in ever so slightly. I mean, the idea is, how bad is it? No, I wouldn't be able to take that off. I mean, ideal, like this, take all it, but this is all glued on, which you can't. You wouldn't be able to take it. You'd cause more problems if that. I mean, I'd like to strip this right down to the bare bones, and virtually like do a deep clean. I'll put it in the ultrasonic, clean the entire lot. But it's not great because what they'll do, they'll start lifting, and you'll start oxidating the plastic. You know, because again, everything's plastic related on here. But it would be great because there's not much holding this in. The radio, looking at the radio side, I mean, all the switches have all got to come off. There's residual grease, which is not a problem. But again, you've got more wires going on switches here, which you've got to watch. No, they're not. That one's fine. No, is that one off? That one's got to come off. Yeah, I suppose it wouldn't hurt, but I've got mechanisms up here for the switch system, but it looks like you've got to take all that plate off to get to it, because there's a plate behind it. Could I get to that? I don't know. Which probably wouldn't help. That slides out. I assume that slides out. Again, bloody hard as hell on these, because again, these don't want to come out because the plastics are just sitting in here so ever so tight. God, that's not even that's not stuck in. Absolutely stinks of vinegar due to that. Now look, temperature on that, look at the voltage now. It's took it up 205, 206. It's going up. It's sort of fluctuating. So this is what I'm saying to you about with this is acting like a car battery. If you give this a couple of hours, this will start doing its job. So it's the way it sort of works with that chemical. It's a good chemical reaction. But it is a slow, very slow process to do. But at least I know that it will attack that properly, and I won't have any issues on that. That was hopefully. I'll come back to that in an hour, and then see how I'll get on with that oxidation. And that, without even me working on that will start taking all that surface rust off. And all I needed was a little bit of IPA and a toothbrush, and most of that will just take it down to should take it back to the metal, leave all that oxidation on, take it off, I mean, not leave it on, but take it off. So it just stops all my work. I mean, you could get most of that off by using what they call an emery cloth, you know, for silver. They did use it like things like emery cloths. Very fine, very, very fine. It's like 3000 grit paper. You know, you could just ever so slightly take the top surface off, and then you could probably put that in there and do that after. And that, you know. What I want to do is take all that off. I think this was left in a shed or something on this front. I reckon it was definitely left in a shed and just used basically. And looking at this, I would say, yeah, that sums it up. I can't even dig that out. I sort of said to you, these are not the easiest to try and dig out. Yeah, so that one's out. I think what I might do is I might do what I said. I'm going to strip this out, right? because this casing inside is absolutely, it's caped. I think it's, if I'm careful, I would take all this out, leave all the gubbins in, which I'm going to do right now. Put the screws back in, right? So I know where the screws go, so I won't lose no screws. It won't hurt in the ultrasonic, and I'm going to sling this in a cleaner, like I did with my PPC Micro. But I had to retro brighten it, and then I cleaned it, give it a good scrub. So what I'm going to do now is put them 2 little screws back in, and then I'll know where they go. Again, I got these off the TikTok shop. Absolutely fantastic. Little magnetic selection for screwdrivers. Lovely. So that way you don't lose no screws and where you've took them out. I know where these go because they only go up this point, but everything else. Now I've got to be careful here because one of these is a selector. Because but if I leave it down, I know where it's gone anyway. Now you've got to be careful because you've got all the discs connected, and this is to do with all the antenna. So you don't really want to disturb that because the wires on there are really ultra thin. See, takes one out. And this is how I normally do, restoring things back to the old ways and getting it as clean as I can. Now, no, there's a screw hidden right in that corner, right underneath that ceramic capacitor. What that'll do, hopefully, that should then rise all of this. But I've got to be careful here because I don't want to take that off yet because of the wires connected to these bits here. Because obviously you've got a couple of wires all coming off, going on. This is what picks up the frequencies of the thing on it. So what I want to do is I want to unplug. First thing I want to do is take all these dials off the front. They've got to come off. I should have done that, shouldn't I? But never mind. So ever so slight on that front, I'll just tease them off. It's only 2. And this big one. That's it. And they're absolutely caped. So first things first, let me grab another pot, put all these bits in. No, that's Bronson's dish. No, I can't use that. So basically, I want to put all of these in here. Where's that, where is that other one? One fell on the floor, as I know, I heard it go ting. It is under here. 4, lovely. That's why I like to have that on that front. Right, now that's off. Right, put these to one side, don't want to lose them. Now what I want to do is undo the screws for the mechanism. So I want to take all this out in one go. Hopefully, so again, it's the same size screws. And then what I might be able to do is swoop all this out without. The only thing is, I might have to desolder. Yeah, I'll have to desolder from that. So what I'll do first things first, let me take a quick picture, right, on that front, and then I'll know where all these wires go, because I've had to desolder. And then point to it, and then I know what's what. Now I only washed these gloves, and already they're starting getting grubby already. So switch on the soldering iron. Let me desolder that wire from there. That'd be easier. Yeah, I've got to admit, I'm really impressed with that little soldering iron. That's one of the best soldering irons I've ever bought so far. It's been really, really good. I don't normally rate certain soldering irons, but you know, but that one I make an exception. It gets hot virtually near enough instantly at the end of it. It's a really good little iron. Right, that was off. So anything else, can I take this out carefully, because I wanted it all connected, see, leave all this connected, so it's just easier for me to slot this out. Then I ain't got to disturb none of the gubbins in it. There weren't no I've got to try and have a look for a minute, make sure there weren't nothing else underneath that is connected to, because I don't want it. That's what, you know, you start disturbing these things. I mean, it's all got to be, it's so all caped up in here. No, it ain't, which is cool. So I've got some wires. Now the gubbins is out, I want to just be careful so I don't disturb them wires on it. And I've got I've got the, what is that, a plus? One's a plus. Let me have a look because I can't see. Take the gloves off. There. Oh. So, having a look at the, where's me torch? Me torch. Need me torch. Ah, it's behind here. Got me torch. And then what I can do, I can tell. Now this side's got a line. So that line is, what I'm going to do is just take a red felt tip pen. So take a red one. This is how I normally do it. They normally do, and they basically put, they've got a red line against a red line. So all I want to do is just colour that in, red to red. And then I know that goes on that side onto that speaker. So it's in the correct sort of polarity at the end of the day, so I don't muck up. And then what I want to do is just take my soldering iron and me little known tweezers. It's bent up like you wouldn't believe, and just all I want to do is just unsolder it. Come on. Right, that one's off. actually snapped. That was a good bloody bit, wasn't it? Lucky enough that didn't pierce it. It snapped. At 400 Celsius, that's that. That's unbelievable. Right, anyway. Main thing is, I can take all this out and dispose the gubbins carefully. So now we're left just with the bare shell. So all I'm left with now I can get to the casing properly, and now I've got something to work on and give it a lovely deep clean now, and clean all this gunkness out because it's absolutely loaded in here. Now I could go down two routes. I think my best bet is looking at that. Oh, yeah, there's another cat there. Looking at that casing and the way it's all caped up, I'm going to sling it in the ultrasonic and just clean it. Take the speaker out, leave all the springing, it won't hurt at the end of the day, and just clean it out as best I can, and then sling all this in the ultrasonic because this is just nasty. It's covered the cover, the handle. It should just about go in the ultrasonic cleaner. I'm hoping it is. Again, they always use the glue. And hopefully, when all this comes out, oh God, even its speaker, look, the fucking speaker is actually dotted where it's been left with years of dust and dirt on top of it. I mean, that's unbelievable. That's got like a fine mesh. Should be alright. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to clean all this goop up round inside it at the end of it. Now, I can't take that plastic lug out, can I? Because again, you've got to be careful with these on these fronts, because again, the plastics can go rather brittle very quickly. I might be able to. I should be able to. If I can take that out, that'd be even better still. If I just ease it out. There you go. She's out. So you have to be careful because you can break the legs on these, which you don't really want to snap. But now this is stripped down. That's actually now, but there's a lot of dust and dirt on all of this. It's just absolutely caked. I'm gonna pull it in a bowl, and I think what I'll do, get the residual of what I can, and I'm gonna put it on a probably 300-degree bath. I'm not gonna go too mad because you'll start lifting glue on temperatures roughly around about 375, 400 Celsius. You'll start lifting it. Even at 300, you're at the peak. So I think that makes sense on that front. But now it's all completely stripped. I ain't worried about the grease. It'll shift all the grease. I can put some fresh grease on. I didn't break none of the switches, the switch systems. I'm going to leave all this in play at the end of it. And I think I'll go from there. I think that's a sensible move, and put all the rest of that, like all these items. You look at the state of the thing, is absolutely. I'm not even touching that because that is. I don't think what's on that. They should not be that colour. Nasty. The time I'll finish with this will be a lot cleaner. I mean, lucky enough that that's mainly all come out in one piece. They don't always come out in one piece like that. You normally have to do some little bit of unsoldering, or you have to take with certain things off it at the end of it. But main thing is, let's just have a quick. And it's not the worst of it, because if you ever have one of these speakers, these are only 1.5 watts. So you can basically get away with. I think you can use these that they have in them portable little speakers at the end of the day. So, but try and keep it all original because it keeps its character. And again, it's paper cone. Don't want to go too mad. But most all that's all come out on the table was all in that radio. And the radio's still quite caped. It's still got quite a lot in there at the end of it. So let me bring this back in. Let's just have a quick poke and see how we're getting on. Oh, that's coming off nice. Yeah, that's doing its job. I can see already. I can see it. Yeah, that's actually coming out quite nicely. It's taking the oxidation off that. Yeah, ever so slight, but that's just how I want it. I don't want it going too quickly at the end of the day. And yeah, already that's took a little bit off it already, which is really cool. Okay, the end of it. Let me crank up the. Let's see if I'm gonna try and crank up the amps just a little bit. Go up to 3,000. It absolutely stinks, that stuff. .5,000 amps. Let's have a look. I've cranked it up to 5 on that front, and let's see how we get on. No, it's got OUP. I've pressed something on there now. I've upset it. Yeah, I've got OUP on, so I don't know what I've done here. I've touched the bloody machine. Off. Switch it off a minute. Switch it on. It's overload protection. So what it's doing, it's overloaded. So I've got the crankage. So let me turn that back down. That ampage down. I'll put it back down to 3. No, I've got OUP come up. Fucking hell, I don't know what I've touched here now. Hold up, guys. Off, on. Right. No. 3 amps. It's the only thing buying something complicated, you're trying to fucking turn it off. I put OUP on, and it's basically, it's like an overload protection. And now I can't bloody turn it off because now I've touched an option on there. Overload protection on. MD list off. OUP is off. Brilliant. There you go. That's done it. Turn it off. So now OUP is like an overload protection, so you can get it over a certain percentage, so you don't overload it and cause that. It's now spiking. I've spiked that up to now 3 amps. Right, you don't want to go too mad. Like I said, I don't want to go too mad on that. and hopefully now I can put a little bit more ampage in, and that will charge that just a tad bit more, and speed up that process. So what I want to do is put on. This is why I need to put my gloves back on. So it is definitely doing its job on that. So. Actually, what I could do is, like you said, put one in one side, submerge it, put one in the other side, and I can submerge that one as well. Jesus, that wire's getting hot. Yeah, that's better. It's bubbling now, I can see it. 12 volts. That's what I said, don't go mad with the amps on that front. And now, if you have a look, you can actually see it fizzle. Look, see it fizzing? Doing its magic. Look. So now it's pulling 12 volts at 0.153 amps. As you can now see, it starts to go like a milky cloud at the end of the day. So now you can actually see it do its charge. So hopefully that will do that'll do the job very well. So get that cranked up on there, and it seems to be attacking that rust very quickly. This is what I said. With amps will create heat, so you don't really want to go too mad with that, with the amps on it. This is the reasons why they say recommend going slow. Hopefully, what you could do is take one out on one end, one at the other, and that wire's enough getting hot. Got to keep an eye on that wire. That's why I don't want to go too mad with the amps. At the end of it, we just want to charge that metal just through. And it's definitely doing it. It's definitely, you can see the difference. You can see it's definitely going. It's taking it. It's like a milky substance coming off at the end of the day. It won't pull the full 3 amps out of it anyway at the end of it, but it is pulling now 12 volts the way it should be at the end of it. This is the reasons why I said it's not the volts that kill, it's the amps that does the damage. And then what I do, let that charge while it's doing that front. Let's put it on a non-conductive side. Put it right in the centre where the good part is. And that's it. Now that's pulling, because I've submerged that, right, oh Christ, look, that's getting hot, see what I mean? That was getting hot very quickly and that started to melt. Yeah, that's not, it shouldn't be doing that, so that's what I said to you. It started to singe that plastic. This is what I said, I might crank the amps back down, and I think that might make sense on that front. Take it back down to, just take it down to 1 amp, I think, on that front, because that's not ideal. just take it back down. I don't, because it's the amps, it's obviously it's killing it. It's going to kill the wire and you're shorting it out. Hello Pico, how you doing my friend? I didn't know you was in. See you on there. Actually, let me move the pens out of the way because I can't bloody see. What I'm doing, I've gutted a radio, that radio I've got, and I've took all the gubbins out of it and I want to do a deep clean, but these are the connectors that I want to end up doing. So that's the radio, and it's this one here. So basically, so it's absolutely caked inside here. You can, it's nasty, and when it's loaded, it's just all falling out. So I took all the gubbins out, unsoldered some bits, but the bits that I'm doing at the moment, now that's 1 amp, and that's working. That's doing its job. It's pulling exactly 1 amp. I won't put that up to 3 because it's obviously nearly singed and burnt the wire at the end of the day. So it's pulling 1 amp, but it's the voltage is 1.2, 1.53. So it's creeping up slowly. So again, I think I'll stick to doing this side because I've got it connected here, and I'm trying to take all the oxidation off it at the end of that. Your volume's very low. Cheers, bud. Let me pull that. It's the bloody cat. I'll need to really sort these microphones out, to be honest. You know, because that's the only thing we have. Because I've got this microphone, which is a Razer. Nice. It's a nice little one, but obviously I'll have to download the software so I can pull the gain up a bit. So that's why I'm pulling it more towards it. So yeah, that is now fizzing. You can actually see it is fizzing. So it's, and now that's not getting hot. It's warm, ever so warm on that front, and it dropped down from it's peaked back up now to 12 volts, but it's only now pulling what 0.1994. So 12 volts is going through it, and you can see it. It's now, because like you said, it's fizzing. But the amps will do it, but the trouble is it melts the bloody wire. This is why I don't go no above 12 volts. I won't go above 12. You know, I'll stick with 12 at the end of the day. But it is taking that oxidation off that metal. Let me put it in a clean bit and see if it does the job. Yeah, see? Put it in a clean, look, take it away. You'll see it start to go. It goes like milk, but you'll see it fizzing, and again the numbers are creeping up. You can actually see it, so you can see it on there. All of a sudden it's pulling now an amp, and then the volts dropped. Did you see what happened then? I didn't touch that, and then it sort of goes back to the other way. So it is taking the this is why I don't go above 12 volts at the end of it. And again, you can see that white milkiness. You can see that white milkiness around because it's putting charge, getting in through that. But the wire, this is why these wires get warm. Yeah, and then it's again, it's spiked. The numbers are dropped again. It's spiked back up to 12. And then gone from 1 amp down to 0.153. So again, I'll leave it exactly where it is, right? And then I'm going to go out in the kitchen. That number is obviously fluctuating. Are you so you're trying electrolytics? Yes, basically that's what I'm creating. When who done it? Was it not JFix? It was PD Repairs. Basically, he was trying to clean some oxidation off with vinegar, and as I said earlier on, if you're using vinegar, trying to use concentrated vinegar, you don't want it. You don't want it diluted. You want it as natural as possible. Yeah, look, that's spiked back up again. you can see that's gone back up to 1 amp. It'll keep fluctuating between the two. What it do is because it's trying to get access to that metal at the end of the day, but I just don't want that wire. That wire's just warm, lukewarm. But it will, because like you said, it is doing its job, and you can see. Oh right, yeah, I don't use that. I use Coca-Cola again. Coca-Cola's got bicarbonated in, so again, same thing at the end of the day, because that's all they've got. You can actually use bicarbonated soda and just basic water. I tend to find vinegar is an acid. It tends to get rust off, attacks the acid into the metal, and gets it back down to that sort of point. So yeah, it's whatever you find, but it's getting the correct voltage. I mean, when I normally do this, like I do with all the electrode sides, I won't push it no more than 12 volts. Keep it at 1 amp, because I just pushed it up to 3 and it nearly melted the wire. You know, at the end of the day, but yeah, so yeah, I won't push it no more than that. And again, it's spiked back up again. It's gone. It keeps fluctuating. It'll go up to 1 amp, and you can see the volts. It's like 2 volts. It's pulling out of the 12, and then but it's maxing out on that front. No, not the cheap stuff, Bray. Yeah, the yeah, the other type of coke. Yeah, the stuff that you sort of put up your nostril, is it? No. That might be a bit expensive to do it that way, but yeah, I suppose yeah, that might do it. So I'll definitely thinking, but yeah, hopefully it would start attacking. As soon as I put that in there, like other metal, it attacks straight away. I mean, I can see already that it's took a fucking hell. That's pushed that. I heard that sizzle. Physically heard that sizzle, and that wire is warm. Yeah, that's at 1 amp. Wow, wow. I mean, that's unbelievable. Yeah, I'll tell you what, you don't really want to push that any more than 1 amp. That's amazing what amps do with the amount of current going through at the end of the day. So yeah, but you can see it's all going milky. See that there, there I've created like electrons that's going through for the paper. That's attacking all of that, and then again, yeah, look, it's spiked again. It spiked back up to 1. It spiked up to 1. But it's like you said. It definitely. Yeah, use the Coca-Cola next time. Watch the difference. I use it every time now. Oh right, okay. Yeah. Next time you do a stream, I'd be interested to see that, because I like to see the results. I mean, obviously, this does work, but I've never used Coca-Cola. So next time I'll definitely will watch that and see your result, and see, because I watched your stream. You was doing one of your laptop. You was doing a laptop repair, didn't you? So basically, and yeah, you managed to get that sorted out in the end, which was great, because it ended up being a couple of components gone down at the end of the day. See, I mainly deal with all vintage, so this is reasons why all my stuff is mainly all vintage, and 90% of it is that I've got is all vintage stuff. So yeah, I'll leave them bits in there, because obviously now that milkiness is going all the way around. You can clearly see it's created like a white cloud going around it. I mean, it's already cloudy to start with. I mean, I weren't going to drink it, put it that way. I won't recommend it. It absolutely stinks. Vinegar is strong. I mean, I'd rather have the smell of that now than the smell of sulphur coming out of a battery at the end of the day, because doing, you know, when you're doing like you top it up with. So again, I suppose in you again, I haven't really experimented. You can use probably distilled water at the end of the day, purified water. I suppose in it, again because that's what they put in with lead, don't they? You know, to give it its acid performance. Because lead is again, it needs that toxicity to come out of it. But yeah, I don't know. It's I suppose but I've never seen Coca Cola, so that's going to be interesting to actually see what that result comes out like. But that is definitely pulling that rust off, 100%. But hopefully, I don't want to sand it off. See, I don't want to use a Dremel and end up taking it off. But then if it's too oxidised, then I suppose you could do, but still use this to attack, because once this is done, I need to dilute it with IPA. Obviously, take the acid off, because otherwise this is charging it all up, and the last thing it will do, it'll keep attacking the metal. It'll just eat through to it, which is not ideal on that front. But yeah, I can't believe that speaker is where it's been left in the sun, obviously, for so long, and you know, the dust and the dirt, it's actually checkered the speaker itself. I mean, I've never seen that. So yeah, God, that wire's getting hot again. Jesus, that's that 1 amp. Fuck, that is warm. Wow. I mean, that is really warm. It's not I mean, it's only at the tip, but it's not at the end. I mean, you can see it. Let me see if I can get a light and I'll show you. I mean, you can actually see where the rust, I mean, what about Diet Coke? Would Diet Coke, Pico, would that do the same job? Because I tried that with some Diet Coke. Is that the one you use? Because I'd like to try it. I've never give off the illusion with the way, you know, using Coca-Cola. I mean, what do you put yours at? Do you put yours at 12 volts? How many amps do you put it at? God, that's on my hands there. It absolutely stinks, that vinegar. It is so concentrated. God, it is right stinky stink. Bloody updates. There's always updates on Windows. Always. I'll put it in hibernation mode and the updates still come through. And I'll turn it off on the bloody group policy and all. I can see at the bottom. Unbelievable. So yeah, what I'll do, I'm going to go out there. I'm just going to give this a quick clean and I'll be back in a minute. is that tonsil? He's a nightmare. Yes. Basically, right. I've just put that in the ultrasonic. I've had to turn it. I've got the biggest ultrasonic I can get, but the radio just about fits in. Right, I put it at an angle, and I've got to turn it top. So it's only doing the top quarter section, but that's where all the buttons and all the sticky bits is. So it's where all the nastiness is. Yeah. So basically, put coke into a tub, connect the anodes and the crock slips in the material in the hanging basket. Hang them in. Oh right, the crock slips into the metal. Cool, I can smell plastic. No, it's alright. So I thought it was that for a minute. And basically, then I hang each side. Then you just add the parts to the switch to the power. Turn it until it starts to get fizz, and then leave it. Check them now, and it does an awesome job. Yeah, that's definitely. I'm going to give that a go. That is definitely doing. It's doing. That is definitely. That's took. I would say, as that took a lot of that off. Feels like that's not much off it, but there was a lot of rust on that. Hell of a lot of rust. I mean, you can obviously see it. He's taking some off. You can actually see it. I suppose the best way to do it is just leave it to let it do its job. I mean, I can definitely see that he's taking something off that because again, the rust. Sling that in. And I hate the smell of vinegar. Absolutely stinks. It's not the nicest of things. Yeah, get two strips of copper and connect at one end and then one at the end of the other, and then suspend them. What Coke do you use? Do you use? I've got Diet Coke. Is Diet Coke any good? Copper. Have I got any copper? That might be tricky. Have I got copper? I probably have, but I can't put my hands on it if I've got any copper strips. Mind you, I've got copper tape. That won't do, will it? I mean, no. I don't think it's copper tape. No, it's caption tape. No, that's no good. Caption tape, not copper tape. Copper tape they use to put round for plants, stop the slugs from getting on them. That's what you need at the end of it. I don't think I've got any in here. Let's have a look. I've got so much bloody took everywhere. I've done. Got that vinegar. Tell you what, you got blocked sinuses. Don't bring me that vinegar. You get like light-headed with the smell. I'm just gutted about that radio that I've done on here because now obviously that power amplifier chip you can't buy them, which is such a shame. No, there's no copper in that one. I was trying to have a look for bits of copper. See, that would make sense because copper is conductive, isn't it? They don't use copper in batteries. No, they don't. They use alkaline, don't they? I was going to say. Batteries are alkaline. Hold up. What about, I've got one better. There you go, I've got one. I told you I had some bits in there. What about, I've got 1Ps made out of copper. Perfect. That'll do the job. You're right. actually, because copper is much more conductive. Thinking about it, that would make sense. I would like to give that, like you said, you'd probably get a better result. Yeah, grind a bit off the copper and then pipe and then flatten it with an hammer. Right. What, with the 1Ps? They're flat already. Actually, it's actually turn Discord off for a minute because I'm getting pop-ups going. Yeah, just on one side. So for the surface, it's just quick Discord for a minute because I'm getting messages pop up and it's blocking everything that I'm trying to do. So yeah, because basically, yeah, because the penny ones are actually a bigger surface. So yeah, actually, so what shall I do then? Just shall I take out the take out the turkey foil, the actual kitchen foil, or leave that in? Because that would make sense, wouldn't it? One side in one, because it's copper, and then one side. God, fuck me, that is warm. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do a video on it. Yeah, that's actually now. I've got one side of one. Right, I put pennies in there. God, that black is fucking hot. That is really. That's at 1 amp. That's pulling 1 amp, and with 2 pennies in. Yeah, I'll have to see how you do it, and whilst aimed on it. No, take out the foil. Good idea. Okay, let's take out the foil. They took some crap out of that, you know. I could see it floating around in there. That has definitely done something. They said they're not going to fit. Let's get rid of that. It's because this smell is not nice. Warming that up. Poor. All I smell is fucking vinegar. Absolutely reeks of vinegar. Right, one in one end, one in at the other, and now it's pulling. Now that's gone right down to looking. Yeah, I'll show you. That is now pulling on that front now. It's pulling. Obviously, it's at 12 volts, but now it's obviously gone to 0.036 of an amp at the end of the day. So yeah, so for some reason it's sort of like it's pulled it. It's not pulling so much now. I mean, it's obviously pulling a lot low on that front. Shall I crank up the amps? But the trouble is that fucking melted it last time I done it. It actually created. It took the yeah, because you've basically you're shorting out. It's before it's for the tin foil. Yeah, because you're creating that static charge from the foil, I suppose. Yeah, it probably would at the end of the day. If I put the copper pennies between it, look, it goes right up to 1 amp. Turn it up until it starts to fizz well. Well, that's fizzing already, and I'm putting the copper between the 2 pennies, right? Between the 2 pennies and that piece of metal. And if I touch one end to one to the other, straight away that cranked all the way up to 1 amp. And that's touching. So the copper is creating that sort of like, you know, it's obviously getting the charge through. And that is fizzing ever so slight. No, don't touch them for the because you're creating a short. So basically, leave just the 2 copper, one's in one end, one's at the other. Right, let me show you, and I'll show you what I'm doing. So basically, you're seeing the voltage in here. So right, nothing's touching in there. You can clearly see the bits are in the centre. right? So, but the copper coins are either side, and it's basically it's at 12 volts, and it's basically a 0.006. So I'll crank up the amps. Now turn it until it's fizzing. So it's at 12 volts. So what do I turn up? The amps, or do I turn up the voltage? Fucking hell, that is absolutely no. Try the amps to 1. No, it's up 1 amp already. I've already done it. Look, it's up to 1 amp. So I've already got it to 1. So when it goes on, that's what it's pulling. So I'll crank it up to 2 amps. Put it up to 2, and then that will watch. Increase the volts. Right, okay, interesting. Well, it's up to 2 amps. So I'll go up to at time. So I'll go up to 15. Go up to 15 volts. It's 15 volts, and it's at 21, 0.21, and it ain't doing no effect on it whatsoever. So even if I crank it all the way to 24, 32, it won't go any more than 32. Watch. Makes no difference. And again, it is fizzing. It is fizzing at 32. And I can see the copper. I can actually see the copper is actually fizzing inside. So this side's fizzing, but this side's not fizzing. But this side's fizzing a little bit. And basically you can see it. And all it's pulling on there is 32 volts, and it's at 0.046. That's right, yeah. So basically what you're saying is just leave it and then just see the reaction, then see the reaction on it, because look, this side is now fizzing. You can clearly see the fizzing side. Let me get my torch and you can see it a bit better. So you can see the result. This side's fizzing. This side's not fizzing so much. Have we got fizzing there? But this side's definitely fizzing. So it's obviously reacting with that copper on that side. But like you said, and it is pulling, because like you said, if you look at that, it's at 32 volts. It's only pulling at 0.046. But we have got fizzing here, so hopefully, like you said, yeah, when you said copper, I mean, hang on a minute, I'm sure I might have some copper coins at the end of the day, and that might actually do the job. So basically what you basically see, and what we need to do, yeah, what solution are you using? That I'm actually using that concentrated vinegar. Shall I take that out? I've got some Diet Coke. Shall I put some Diet Coke in? Yeah, that's right. You should pull. It should pull and drift the metals that come across the items. Will draw them to the black. Right. So basically, because that's what it's doing, isn't it? It's obviously it's creating a current inside, and anything inside gets attacked. That's what I've always understood anyway. When it comes to when I used to do a little bit of physics, basically you're taking the you want it, the voltage and the electrons to go pass through. No, Coke works better. I've only got Diet Coke. I ain't got normal Coke. Let me have a look, see what Coke I've got. what I've only got Diet Coke. Look, so I've only got this Diet Coke. I never tried Diet Coke before, but it should do the same. Yeah, okay. I think you're right. I think, do you know what? Let's give it a go, right? Because in for a penny, in for a pound. Let me just put this back into that bottle because I saved that concentrate really good because I used it. This cleans virtually anything anyway. I want to see the result. Been pulling some shit on it. I'll tell you what, that's definitely had a knock-on effect. I can see debris inside that. It's actually pulled some crap off it. So yeah, absolutely, it has definitely done its job. Now where's that Coca-Cola? Here we are. So what we want to do, look, that penny's gone black. Jesus. Don't worry. I'll pull it in here, right, put one in. I am curious because I've always liked to try and, I always like experiments because one's obviously going to get a better result more than anything else. So, that should show it working. Now, there's a lot of carbonated soda in there. That's virtually, Christ, that is, isn't it? Wow, that spiked up quite a bit, look. Now that straight away, that spiked from 24 to 37 because of the bicarbonated soda, I suppose. And already fizzing like anything because obviously that's the bicarbonated soda side. Yeah, that shows it was working. So we have definitely got. I can see fizzing where that coin is. So you can definitely see around, I would say definitely around that corner. You see in that top right corner there, literally on that point. Yeah, that looks like it's working much better. Yeah. You're right. I think you're right. You can definitely see the result that from here, it looks like that's where the coin is and it's sitting round down. Obviously, this don't seem to be doing much, but it's got to be creating a current because, like I said, that spike from 24 is all the way up to now 0.36. And I can see that is fizzing a lot better at the end of the day. So, I think, like you said, the best thing is just leave it. Let's see the result. It's definitely interesting because, like you said, let's see if I can pop that. You can see it. That's a lot better if I put the light on it. Not only is the positive won't be doing much, but it's pulling towards the negative. Yeah, you're right, and that's what it's doing. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you can clearly see now. Obviously, we've got that fizzing effect. Obviously, there's a lot of carbonated soda in the fizzy drinks. I don't drink much of them. I stay away from them for that reason. But yeah, interesting. Definitely interesting on that front. It's like you said, it shows you off that what these physically, you know. But yeah, definitely, I would say. I think the best thing is just we'll give it 20 minutes and see how we get on, see how that gets on from that point, on that. And, but yeah, that definitely looks like that's pulling more. That definitely had a little bit more of a positive result on that front. just by putting some charge into that and seeing what it does to that metal at the end of it. I mean, again, it's all part of the learning process at the end of the day. But even the previous with that vinegar, concentrated vinegar, was pulling crap off it. It was definitely pulling like particles of rust off it. So I'll be seeing the interest and see what this pulls off. Give me a minute. Let's put that thing back on. Do you know what? I've put that. All I've basically done with the ultrasonic cleaner, right? All I've basically done on that front was just put plain water in and dilute a little bit of that vinegar straight in, 50 degrees, 20 minutes each time, and it took that dirt right off. I don't want to go above 50 because that can go all the way up to 90, which will be about that's quite high, which I don't really want to do because that'll start taking the glue out. And I'm just flipped it over. I'm doing the bottom part now. It's brought all that dirt. I didn't even bother cleaning it. I didn't even bother cleaning all that dirt. I just left it. And yeah, that does look so much better already at the end of it. But yeah, it's interesting with this because I did. Oh look, it's fucking picked all the screws up. Jesus. Because again, looking at this, let's see if I can put that under. Hold on. Yeah, you might be able to see. That looks cool because now you can actually physically see it pulling, and you can see where the components are. So we've got one over here. Yeah, and I can definitely see the penny. The penny is definitely being sort of like it's pulling that voltage from that point, but you can actually see the bark, where all that carbon. There's a lot of carbon in drinks. Bloody hell, it goes to show, doesn't it? If your stomach can take that type of punishment, it's like acid. It's quite impressive. You're thinking how much, you think people drink them energy drinks, you think like the bloke downstairs, he drinks cans and cans of these. He must do 20 cans, maybe even more. And I went, fuck it, what are you doing to your stomach? I mean, even just showing it through a light, what this does, and it's frightening. You think, bloody hell, this is why people have ulcers and things like that. You don't realise your stomach's taking all this type of punishment, all this bicarbonated soda. And this is what really, if you physically see what goes on, you won't want to eat it or drink it. You just think, I'll leave that alone. I'm not even touching that at the end of the day. And I can definitely see that is definitely having an effect with that copper coin because it's gone black at the end of it. And like you said, all the carbon inside, the carbonated soda, it's all going through with the things. And it's actually gone up a little bit. Let me take that back down. Oh, Jesus. Hold up. Put that to one side. That's it. Just don't want to end up touching the things on it. No, that's fine. Absolutely fine. So, yeah. I'm definitely saying it gives it an interesting look on that front. Let me shut that window. I'm going to have bugs in here, otherwise I'll get bugged to death. They threw a tray out, man. Then people always throwing things out, always. They think, oh, that might help someone out. Unbelievable. But I've never done it with coke, so this is the first time I've ever seen, you know, coke being used on that front, because I've never tried it. I've always used vinegar. It's always give off a result on that front. But doing it this way, I like to try because I want to see I'm very curious to see the result, to see if this pulls better. Because if that's the case, I'll go down this route at the end of the day. Let's turn it off. Let's just stayed at 0.25. There are, and have you noticed now, most of all the carbon, where before it was really fizzy, it didn't take much for that carbon to go flat very quickly. You know, all that bicarbonated soda, I can see it on the sides. But, you know, it was really fizzing before. Now it's not fizzing so much. This is the reasons why I like to try and keep. That's why I like these sort of plastic dishes. They're perfect for that type of this experiment. And it is fizzing because I can see it. It's definitely. You can actually see in the corner, right in that corner, it is fizzing. So I know that, like you said, it is doing its job, because that's what you want. You want that fizz. But I thought, I'm sure I've got a couple of 1p's. I'm sure that'll do the job on that front. Yeah, actually, that actually come in quite handy to put on that front. But yeah, this won't take too long, because once I've done that, I can, you know, another 20 minutes, that should all be cleaned up. It's took all that dirt and grime off now. Unbelievable. I didn't put the other bits on. I left it. I think it's on that. But yeah, I would say anything about with these sponges, at the end of the day, give them a go. It might not work. You might find a lot of people just use a toothbrush and a bit of IPA, and 9 out of 10 on that front. But I see that Luke at Retro 6. He don't use toothbrushes. He's never used a toothbrush. He always uses that. He just finds it easier. Or what you could do is cut small chunks off, and then just use your tweezers, and basically just dip with IPA, because he's got one of them little dipping bottles, and basically, and then you can just do it that way. Yeah, I mean, it's really boiled down to preference, isn't it? It's what you get used to doing on that front. But I'm more curious to see. I want to see the result of this, because, like I said, that is definitely fizzing in that corner. I can definitely give the camera can't pick it up, but you can definitely see that is fizzing. So it is definitely doing its job on that front. Yeah, that's what I used to cut them down with 2 small cubes and use them with tweezers. Yeah, I mean, like you said, you can go down that route. I mean, whatever's easier on that front. But yeah, look, you are right. That it is basically that fizziness. That's what you want. You want that fizz at the end of the day. So I suppose copper is more conductive than tin foil. I suppose you know, it's whatever route you go down, you know, on that. But yeah, that's what we need. You need to pull that to get that conductive in here. How long do you leave yours in? Actually, yeah, you know what you were saying earlier on, didn't you, Pico? Right, I can see, your camera can't pick it up. I can actually physically see that metal is being fizzing. So you are 100% right. It looks like. Let me move that out of the way. Right. Oh, bloody no. Hold up. I could, for a split second, I actually see that was actually seeing that the metal was being attacked. And you can't physically see it, but I can actually see. Look, let me put the camera right in. Can you see it? Look, I can see it now on the camera. I'll go as close as I can. But I can physically see that is being attacked. That is actually taking that off. So yeah, 100%. You're right. That is. What about the other bits? Yes, again, right at the bottom. You can again. I can see it ever so slightly, but you can see that the metals are being attacked on that. So the rust is coming off. So that's obviously eating into that. But I can. It seems to be more better on this front. But it's ever so slight. It's not like a massive amount, but it's definitely having that effect, which is cool because, like you said, yeah, that shows it's working. Yeah, so that's a good sign to actually see that. So, how long do you normally leave yours on to take like rust particles off? Then I mean, it depends. I suppose in the more heavier the rust. I mean, obviously that's got some. I wouldn't say that's surface corrosion, but there's obviously there was rust particles just being left in there over a period of years because they coat these, don't they? They actually dip them. Yeah, already you can see the difference. About 30 minutes, I'd check them and give them a brush, and then another 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean that's maxed out. I mean, obviously that's maxed out at 32 volts and 0.25 of an amp at the end of the day, and that hasn't gone down and that hasn't gone up, so it's sort of stayed there. But that is definitely having that effect. I mean, straight away that's fizzing with that thing in there at the end of the day. So the live is pulling that through and charging that up. But I'm really surprised to actually, when I see that quite close, yeah, you're right, it is definitely attacking the metal particles in there. Look, you can actually see. If I put that to one side, let's have a look. It's too much light. But you sort of get the point of, I mean, the way that's all fizzing up on that coin at the end of the day. But I can definitely say for sure that spring is being attacked. But it's like you said, you can see the bubbles ever coming up. Yeah, you can see it. So, like I said, it is definitely, I'd say, yeah, 100%. It's, I mean, like you said, you've got to create that charge, I suppose, and for that to be picked up on there, because otherwise, you know, you're not getting the electrons going round. Like you said, that's not pulling hardly any amps on that whatsoever. But you know, I want to see what the end result is, because, like you said, the idea is you don't really want to use a Dremel to take the top rust off. I mean, like I said, you can use what they call an emery cloth or 3000 grit paper to take the top surface off. But then, you know, because that's all you're doing, you're taping it off. But then the trouble is, you're oxidising the metal even more. By doing it this way, you're letting nature with carbon doing the job with electrons, because electrons, that's all they do, because electrons just attack rust. I suppose in it's like seawater, in it, you know, anything like metal with seawater, again, gets attacked, eats through. But I don't know. I don't know what the type of results that this actually gives off, because, like I said, the last one I've done, it come out perfect. I mean, you know, I'm still using it now. But I suppose it depends on the heavy of the crustaceans. So yeah, I mean, I was actually quite surprised with that, but I've never ever tried it with Coke, never. So I might as well finish a little drop off. God, I ain't had one of them for ages. I don't drink much of that. But it's probably for that reason, because of the gas. But I can definitely see that up in that corner, it's definitely having a massive effect at the end of it. But there is bubbles coming off from that. That's amazing. Even from that perspective. Fucking, I couldn't believe that. Fucking the other one. If I cranked up the 3 amps, it fucking melted the wire. The wire it got red hot very quick. This is why mucking around with electricity, especially power supplies. This is why I hate working on power supplies. Power supplies, is again, it's them. They're high voltage, them capacitors. They can really give you a kick, and you'll know it if you're mucking around a bit at the end of it. But I don't like mucking around with voltages too much on that front because, like you said, it's you touch a wire and you think, oh Jesus, I just got a bolt off that, Who's that Australian bloke? He got a belt. He actually done a meme, like a little meme, where he went, oh fuck, and it was I can't think of his name. He's on Twitch. Let me have a quick look to see if he's on. That was fucking hilarious. Bin. Oh, it's called AC. He's called AC Cons Repairs. So it's Ace Cons Repairs, basically. Yeah, he's the one that's got the. It looks like the triangle symbol, and it looks like the PlayStation symbols, basically. Acon Repairs. Now he's an Aussie, great. I love watching his repairs. Again on his stream, but he did get a jolt on one of the. I don't know what he touched, but he fucking did get a belt. He felt it and all, and I went, that's what happens when you're mucking around with he was mucking around with a power supply and it give him a kick, and I said, you're lucky, because some of them won't let go. Lucky enough there, but he done a little meme over it, and it was actually quite funny. Shouldn't laugh really, because it's one of them type of things that you don't want to muck about, because the voltage might not let you go, and you'll know all about it if you're sitting there shaking like a jellyfish. Let me just take one of these out for a minute and just have a quick look. Let's have a look. It's gone more black. It's definitely gone more black. Where's my torch? Yeah, it's definitely darkened that all the way down. It's gone much more black now. Let's give that a clean. Let's just give that a quick brush. Yeah, I would say that with the result, it's definitely has took some off. It's definitely has took some off. I can see it, but it's gone much more darker. Let's have a look at the other one. Wow, this has had a better result. I can see already. This has had a much better result. So, looking again, it looks dark, but it has took some particles of metal off. Yeah, that's had a better result. That's I can see already. So I reckon, like you said, longer you leave that in, the better the result that would be. So that top one, the second one that I picked up had a better result, but the first one is gone much darker. I suppose what you need to do is just leave it basically, and just come back to it again and keep an eye on it. Yeah, give them a brush using with a small wire brush. Actually, you talk about small wire brushes. I have got. I can put on the end of my Dremel. I have got one of these, so I can actually use this one of these little copper brushes, and I can put that on. Where's my little TikTok one? That little Dremel I got. That's fantastic. No, that's not it. Oh, excuse me. There it is. One of these ones. These are the ones I love the most because again, you've got 3 different speeds at the end of the day, and it's great. So I can put, if that'll go, let's see if that'll go in there, because that's got my little. Fucking hell, that's Jesus. Pardon me French, but that's well put in. I mean, that won't even come out. Jesus. Right, hold up. I might have to take that all the way out. It's not coming out. You are kidding me. Jesus, seriously? Crikey. That's just about come out, that. Right, that's in now. God, that was in there quite hard, to be honest. Right. That's what I'm going to do, is put this in. This is what I said, these are like little Dremel sets. These are fantastic. I love these little, this is reasons why I like to have all the tools. And when you're doing repairs, you're going to need all these little knickknacks and things, because you're not being funny, you do. You just are going to need them. Right. You want to knock my glasses on the floor? No, they're over there. Yeah, so that one did have a bit of effect. Yeah, it's the same that our acid found in the rust treatment you get. Yeah, you're right, because it just goes black at the end of the day. Now I've put that on there, so basically, obviously, you've got 3C. So you've got 3. Tell you what, I'll definitely rate these. You can't put too much pressure on these, like all of these, because if you stop the motor, they have a servo in these, and they just cut out. And you know, if they jam up, it stops them from burning out the motor, which is great. You know, I like the idea of that. Let me just take that out for a minute. Now that's ready on there. I'm going to give that a little brush after. Yeah, look, this is what an ultrasonic cleaner. This is reasons why ultrasonic cleaners are fantastic. Right, this was caped, absolutely caped. Right, that is brought that up, and I got all that dirt out of that arm, and I didn't even bother cleaning it. At the end of the day, it cleaned it, and all I've done was kept it at 50 degrees, plain water, and a little drop of that vinegar, just a little drop of that vinegar, and it's literally brought up like everything. It hasn't lifted none of the glue, because that's what I didn't really want to do, is lift up any of the glue, but it's literally took all that years of dirt. It's literally now all I need to do now is let this dry. But I'm well pleased with it. Shut that blind for a minute. No tonsils. So yes, I'm actually really surprised of the treatment on that. Let me just have a quick bite to eat of me dinner. I've got salad sandwiches. My mum done me. She always does me salad sandwiches. Except for this bloody goof who's always wanting half of my bloody sandwich. Oh. Big old lump. Don't knock my bloody keyboard, Bronson. Anyway, put that one side for a minute. Right, let's take one out. Let's just give that a little bit of a clean. I'm well pleased how that's turned out. This is reasons how, like I said, when you're bringing things and you want to clean, there's reasons why you need the tools. You just need them tools. Right, I'm going to put this. At least I don't have to smell bloody vinegar. Absolutely bloody stunk to rotten, that did. So I'm going to hold these with me pliers. Put this on one and just give this ever so. See what I mean? That puts too much. It goes into red. And it stops. I mean, these are all going to be for the battery terminals anyway. I mean, that is so soft, that material. It's not that abrasive. Look, I can do it with my hands. Look, it does hurt, but it won't take the skin off. And that's what you want. You only want it so it's just enough just to take the top surface off and not damage any of the underneath. I mean, the only way you're going to get these back to full, looking at these, I would say you'll have to get them re-dipped with the but then I don't know what they use. I think they use acids, certain acids, to actually bring them back. Pull that out, lovely. I'm well pleased with that. It's restored that. This is how I like to do all my restores. See, this is reasons why when I do all my retro, I like to just take my time and just, it's a slow, long process. But that's the same with any restoration. You don't really want to rush. You want to take your time because, you don't really want. You're trying to rectify all the years of dirt and the neglect what people have done. That's why when I done my BBC Micro, it was. Oh, that fucking fell on the floor. Hold up, let me go and grab it. That's the reason why I've done my BBC Micro. You wouldn't believe the years of dirt that was on there, and it was so heavily sort of like, yeah. As the old boy getting on with the record player? No, unfortunately, I picked it up today. I was saying to someone else asked about that. Hold up, let me find that thing first. I got the record player back today, and it's not great news. He did give me heads up, and he did give me warning that, which I think it was Charles Mott that he actually did turn around and say. He said it could be a power, the power amplifier could be gone because it in the actual. I don't think it was in the stream, but on the live stream that I was doing, it went bang. Something did go bang in it, and it made me jump. I laughed, and everyone else was laughing, and I said, "Oh fuck me! I've done an Andy moment." But unfortunately, that bang was unfortunate. It was the power amplifier, and you can't buy the power amplifiers for them. You can buy cheap knockoffs, which he told me you can buy, but he said unfortunately them cheap ones are not the original components. He said it'll work, but it won't work for long, and that'd be a shame because now I've got to sell it for spare parts, so I've got to break even what I spent on it, which is I just spent out on the belts getting it all done. Yeah, I said it was the amplifier. Yeah, you did say it was the amplifier, didn't you? I mean, this is the trouble of because Charles said test it, give it a test, and I didn't test it, but I really had my confirms. The old boy only charged me 20 quid, and he went right over it, and he said no. He said he had a look online. He said there's a lot of Chinese ones on there. He said, but I wouldn't recommend it. He said because the Chinese ones won't last long. He said it'll work for a short while, and then he said it'll go again. He said that is why. He said there's a lot of fake ones out on the net. Do you know what? That, Pico, he's brought that up. Beautiful. That is the best I've ever seen of restoring, right, using a brass sort of cleaner, right, like a little tarnish brush what I'm using. That is not too abrasive, and it's took all that years of rust off. That, my friend, I would definitely say that is a win-win. Definitely a win-win situation, because I can clearly see the camera can't do it justice, but I can see there was surface rust on even on that. Now there's no surface rust. I mean, that's took that right back to. I mean, obviously where that bit is where it's sitting in this got to sit at the back. So, but again, that was just slightly on that. So this one is done. That don't need to be done anymore, and it's took that lovely. So I will dilute that now in some IPA and leave that with some IPA. Let the IPA take its job. I'm going to take the other one out and have a look, because the others, the flat ones, weren't so bad. It was that other oxidation. Yeah. Now that's gone. You can actually see that is black. Right. Some of that is gone black, where that was attacked, where that was just starting to go oxidised on that with the surface rust. So again, same thing. I'm going to just gently hold that one side. Actually, I've got where's my actual needle nose bolts? I've got these thin nose pliers, right? The Molly grips. So let me just put that on there. About there. I don't want to go too mad, because I just want to just gently hold one side. No. Unbelievable. Come on. No, just a little bit more. Just want to pinch it. Where I don't want to go too mad because whilst I ain't got it. That's it. That's enough for me. It's just enough just to grip it, but not damage it at the same time. But it's come out beautiful. That's had a much better result than what I thought that would be. Yeah, right. I've got to pop out, and I'll be glad to help you out. But yeah, thanks for popping in, bruv. So much appreciated. I can't wait to see you next on this stream. So I'll see you next on there. Take it easy. Let's do the other side. That's come out quite nice. Again, very good result. Again, took all that top layer off at the end of the day. That's a lot better than what that was. I mean, comparing, that was covered, and that seems to have a much more better result. So again, obviously this is where the plus terminal sits on. That's, my friend, I would definitely say that is cleaner than what that was, I would say, more than half hour ago. It's took all that tarnish off, and it's brought all that all the way back, right where they were supposed to have been. So that one is now done. That's cleaned up a lot better. That's cleaned up lovely. You're not going to get it 100%, but you're going to get it a lot better than what that is. And that's the point. That, you know, you're trying to give off that effect. Now, again, looking at this as a prime example, so again, that has definitely been attacked. So I'm going to put it on there. Give that one a go. This one was in a lot worse condition than the other one, so I want to see the result and see what this gives off. Clean it. And oh wow, yeah, that's took that. I mean, he's still tarnished a little bit underneath. That's took a lot off. This is why I'm saying that the lights are the key. this back in, and I'm going to do the same with that one. It's definitely took a lot of that off. It's brought that up a lot better. But I would definitely say this is the right solution to go down. A nice copper brush, very light. You just don't want it too. You don't want to take it too harsh because you'll damage it. That's the reasons why. I just want to take the top surface off, and that's all you're doing. Hello, girl.
Hello, John, you alright?
I am, bub. Yes, you.
John, I don't know if you're interested or not. I've got my van in the garage at the moment, right? It's been repaired, yeah?
Right.
And I've got to get my van back to North Street in Norfolk, you know, next to Ken Lee.
Yeah, I know the one. Yeah.
If you haven't got someone, I'll get a cab. I won't give you the money. I can give you 12 quid if you could like just drop them there. But not yet. Wait till the traffic is there. After sort of that 7-ish. But
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I'll give you 12 quid. Just come to me, pick me up, then just pick your van up.
Where are you, man? Are you indoors?
I'm out of the moment. I'll give you a call when I get home. But maybe at the moment, the rush hour going, it'll be a lot easy for you.
All right, mate. No worries.
Alright, John, call you back, yeah?
So, mate. Wow, that's took that a lot better. Oh well, looks like I'm going to have to start out, but I'll leave this going. That, my friend, is done a lot better. Again, just like ever so, just keep polishing and polishing. I mean, I've not put nothing on that, and already I took a good 70% of that off. These are, this is what I said, these are great. You can get these off TikTok. I bought this off TikTok. Or did I? Well, AliExpress. It was one of them. I paid about 4 or 5 quid. It wasn't a lot. But look what it's done. It's absolutely took all that off. That's done such a wonderful job at the end of the day. I don't need to put that in. It's took 90% of that off at the end of the day. And that's, I'm really impressed that is. So again, that one is done. I ain't got to worry about that. That's cleaned all that top part of that surface. Cool. It's just really one more to do, which is that spring. So what I'm going to do is leave that in while it's charging. Again, let's just hold that with the right. So basically, I want this one is really, this is the worst one. So let's see how well we get on with him. Wow, what really, that is a massive result. I can see it's took that all away. It's attacked that. He's definitely attacked it because it's gone black. It was the top part. This might have to have another treatment, but we'll see how we get on. See, this is what I was saying about with corrosion. This is what I said, even with pliers and other bits and pieces. That's cleaned that. I'm really surprised how well it's cleaned that radio up. That even that, just I've not put no chemicals on there. No chemicals on it. Which I just all I've used is a little drop of white vinegar and water, and it cleaned that radio up. Beautiful. This is why, when doing any restoring, it's going to take time. You can't afford to rush. Let's drained that battery. I think this battery's going to need a charge. It's not done bad, you know. It's only a tiny little battery in this. I don't think what battery it is, but he's definitely cleaned all this. It's 100% that. It's took a majority of that off. So doing that, in future, I'll probably just use Coca-Cola and just leave it. Getting warm, obviously, because I'm putting pressure. Let's have a look at that. Still got a long way to go, but wow, comparing what that was originally, that's made a big difference. I'm really impressed. I can't show you the before and after, but all I do know for a fact is the top part was really caped up quite heavily. Comparing how that was, that's amazing how much that's took that off at the end of the day. So I'll definitely say, yeah, that Coke effect is definitely effective, you know, in that sort of sense. At the end of it, I'm going to clean it, go over this again, and then just leave it. So when I pop out, I'll come back. I can clean all this up at the end of the day. So, but yeah, definitely, it's definitely had a better impact than what I thought it would have done. Because I haven't got any of these terminals, so I had to clean. I've got to do it this way. I've got to clean them up. I think that's killed the battery. No, it's still good. this one was the worst one by far. Definitely the worst one. I would definitely say that's done a lot better comparing to when I first got it and took it off. It was caped. The top part, more than halfway down, was actually like really bad. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to clean this, dip it back in and leave it. That's getting hot. I'm going to let that cool down because I don't want to seize the motor up on it. That, to me, is that is fantastic. It's not the greatest, but comparing how heavily corroded that is, I would definitely say that's a win-win all round on that front, because that's took all that top surface rust off completely. You know, it obviously wants recoating, but comparing to when I first got it, I would say yeah. So I'm going to put that back in and do that again with the soak. So give that a second round. But the others, beautiful, absolutely come out beautiful. I'm really impressed with that. At the end of the day, really am impressed. So that's one of them little metal shavings just hit me right on the top of my head. Really, you should wear glasses, like protective goggles. That was a shard of hit me right on the top of my head. I felt that. Obviously, that's the spinning round really fast on this little device, and it's really impressive. That's come out beautiful. This one's come out the best result by far. Really come out nice. I've got to put these back in yet. Yeah, that's not going to be an easy task. I just know it's not going to be an easy task. You can actually see the metal where it's actually going. You can actually see the metal was actually starting to go discoloured in the corner. So again, because these are like, they're just plated. That's all these are, they're just plated over. But that was starting to go inside, and you can actually see. So I think this has been caught just at the right time. That front. But I'm going to leave that one in there. How are we getting on with that? Yeah, that's fizzing back up again. So, which is good. So that is fizzing back up. So main thing is, these are done. I don't want to, got to be careful here because of the component bits. I don't want to lose any of them. Let me go and put this on charge and bring the other item back in. Where I cry. Right. Some of these bits might need a little bit of just a tad. So, let's have a bit more of my sandwich. God, Bronson, really? I mean, can't I even have a sandwich? Compared, you're not supposed to be eating my sandwiches. You've had your dinner. Yeah, I can see that bubbling. That's taking effect. I want to get a cotton bud on these and clean the residual water. Actually, talking about that, no, I've got one better. I don't need that. You know, Bunsen, you're always in my way. Dirty dog. A very dirty dog. Lovely. Well, that done the job well. I got most of all that out. Just want to give it a quick wipe on this section because I can't get it all in. It took a majority. It took, again, cleaned all that up in here. It's cleaned that up lovely. Really brought that up nice. It's like nice in the way it should be. So let me go and grab the clean wing. Bomb. It's Daddy Brommy. Oh, it's Daddy Brommy. Let's have a bite of me sandwich. Finish these. I know I won't finish me sandwiches. Very good sandwiches. Oh, that smells nice. Lavender. I love the smell of lavender. Absolutely love the smell of lavender. It's a good little radio. It's a lovely little radio, really. It's in very lovely condition. Just wanted to strip down and a total clean. And it'd be another one towards me retro sort of, because it's got that retro look. It's like a 70s look. I love anything to do with the retro look. I love the retro look. And again, really goes down a treat at the end of the day. Took a majority of all of that, years worth of dirt, and let's clean that up absolutely spotless. Really impressed. And that's what I said. I a little bit of the ultrasonic, give it a clean, and it comes out like a treat. Take all them years of layers and neglect of the dirt. Then I can start putting it all back, which is, you know, it's the genuine idea. Again, really has done it a treat by just giving it a clean. And you don't want to go too mad, because like I said, I didn't want to lift all the glue up. I don't want to lift all the glue up. I want to keep all its originality, but take all that year's worth of dirt and just. And that looks like that's exactly. I didn't even hardly have to dismantle any of that, and it took. I think that was the worst section. It was all around here. So definitely, let me go and grab a. The magic cotton bud and a drop of IPA. A little dab of do. Just getting that little crevice and just give it a little gentle. Getting it, and you can, as you can see, it just takes some of the residual dirt off. And that's done that perfectly. What I do is just take a nice clean on that front. Yeah. Now a cotton bud, lovely. We'll do the same, we'll flip her over and just clean that window. Didn't have to take no, I haven't took no glue off of any of the plastics. Still got, and it's super clean in here. It's a lot cleaner compared. It was caked with dust and dirt, years worth of filth. Now she's back to the way she was intended. was now nice and clean. So that worked out really well. And it smells lovely because I've used lavender, so it smells of lavender. Nice smell of lavender. So yeah, that's worked out quite well. And it's took all that nastiness with, you know, and that's, even though you thought that was clean, in fact it was clean, which it was. Like I said, the ultrasonic is took a good portion of all that out at the end of it. I mean, you're not going to make it like 100%, but you're going to get it close to a lot better than what it originally was intended. I mean, yeah. At least I haven't got a smell of that. That's come out lovely. It really has. Just get, I like it's the creases, you know, like in the little crevices and things. Because once this is in, you're not going to be able to take this back out again without undoing everything what I've just done. And this is ready to go back in. So she's ready now to be inserted when it comes to putting all the bits back, which is great. So, which is going to be the next task, putting her back together. After I've just eaten a bit more of my sandwich. Lovely. Have a bit of my sandwich, Bolton. There's one sandwich left. It's definitely fizzing. I can see it. I'm going to leave that. I think I can get that a little bit better. Even though it's good, I'm sure I can get that better than what it was. That's the main thing. Right. Next task is now, let's get all this back. So, first things first, speaker. So, let me move that out of the way. Take the speaker out. See, I left all the screws in. It doesn't really matter if you leave the screws in, as long as, like, you know, they're screwed right in. It won't hurt the ultrasonic cleaner. It won't. So we've got to make sure this goes up that way, because it goes round a specific way. Oh, I've got a bent on there. No, we're fine. So we should have 3. Because they normally use like a hot, it's like a resistance glue to keep it gone down. You can use Loctite. I've got some up there. I hate using these things because there's no tensioners on them. And, you know, if you're not careful, you can fucking strip it and break the plastics, which I don't like. That's enough for that one. And we want one more, which goes to that. Do we have one with earth? Apparently not. So the speaker is in. So we got the speaker. Lovely. I love that sort of retro 70s look. sort of like, you know, with all the holes in. I've got an ITT tape recorder, very similar. It looks really cool. Right, before I do anything, cassette, yes, let me go and grab that. Bonsals? Oh, I know what Bonsals. Bonsals always wants bloody food. Yes, my body always wants the food. And you're gluing. That don't help Bronson as well. You're gluing on top of that. Wow. Well, got to blow all these switches out. I just want to give this a quick, let me put that to one side. Just briefly. Let me just quickly clean the cassette. Oh, indigestion. You know, I've only had a sandwich. Gives me indigestion chronically. I'm putting it on dirty clean. I'm trying to clean it. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Jesus, what's up my brain? I didn't want to put that in the ultrasonic cleaner because it had foam packing. And all that foam would have come off. So, lucky enough it didn't need that specific bit cleaning on that front. I'll tell you what, let me just fold that over in a nice clean, because I'm getting it all dirtied up with all the bloody dirt underneath, which then it's defeating its purpose. So basically, now this one, brother, ooh. So I've got to be careful here, because I do not want to break these plastics. Yay! And she's back in. Right, well, not fully. It is now. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. So, we've got these tape ones to go back in. I didn't undo none of these. I left all these on that front. They look like they've used Loctite. They have used some form of Loctite glue. And then it did it. Right, good thing is, so now the tape things it in. So now it's confronted that. It does look a lot better. What's that mark on there? Is that a watermark? I think that's just a watermark, yeah. Lovely. Yeah, I think that is. Looks like it's what's that on it. So what I want to do next then is, if we need to grab and all the gubbins. Now this is going to be the fun part in it, because the radio's got to go in first. Hot glue. Yeah. And before we do that, let me, because I haven't done this yet, so let me take that out and let me clean all of this nastiness. So I don't want to put it on the good towel section, so I'll take it on the bad section, and then we can sort of like brush all this nastiness away, because it is not nice. Where's that other brush? Yes, where is that other brush? Right, that's one thing I've not cleaned. I've done every other bit of cleaning, and what did I forget? The most vital, crucial part, which is I can see all the buttons are all encrustated and all nastiness, and yeah, not nice. And then inside, why I didn't want to take it off, because you've got all this wheel and all of this, you know, this sitting down. Yeah. Brother, ew. Yeah, it looks it. That is nasty. That's nasty. I don't know what the heck is on there. It looks like brown substance. No, that's got to come off. I can't let down. Sorry, that's just not acceptable. That's better. A lot better. I don't know what that was, but it was something not nice. Yes. So. Lovely and clean. Well, she is now. I mean, that wasn't earlier on. That was, look, it was like that. And that is just, sorry, that's not acceptable by anyone standards. So, just a light brushing. Fucking years of shit, a crowd on that. Right, anyway, she's off. These are dust covers to stop the dust from getting in. Well, that's a lot. Stop the dust from getting in. Looking at the state of it, I wouldn't say that was the least of its issues at the end of the day, because that did not stop the dust from getting in. Except I'm putting my hand all in bloody lithium grease. Lovely, as usual. Great idea. Right, the main thing is, she can now go back, now she's clean, on that side. So I need to flip this. What the hell was that? Oh, that. But what was that? So now she can go back in, because now I can put the radio in. So I need to put the radio in this side. Sometime today it'd be nice. Oh, for crying out loud, where's that gone? Where's that dust cap gone? I've got to put that dust cap back on. Oh, it's the only thing, see? You're trying to work cack-handed? Not great. Right, this is why I always say, carry torches. Of course. Has that gone on the floor? Because I can't find it. We've got to put the pinch roller on it. Well, it ain't gone on the floor. So that means it's got to be in here somewhere. It is frustrating, because I definitely had that. Right. Wouldn't help if I got rid of half of this toot. we ain't on that side, so that's one good aspect. Let me move her over and have a look at the other side. It's not on that side either. So that means it has to be on the floor. It can only go, because now I can't find it. Not gone in here, is it? Couldn't see it. That is the microphone. No. All I've done was slid it forward. I ain't sitting on it, am I? Don't look like it. Totzel. Well, there was a little screw on the floor. That might have been important. But I cannot see where that round disc one went. Wow. I mean, that's unbelievable. Oh, we are. Found it. It was sitting on top of the... It was sitting on top of the thing. Unbelievable. So we want that. See, now that fits in lovely. Fits like a glove. And what we can do now is we can start screwing this back down. I haven't got to that side yet because it looks like I've got to put the selector in, but the main thing is the transformer can go over there just for a split second. Let's put the screws back in. Right, now it's going to be these type of screws because I remember it being the pink one going onto the board, so I know that is the case. Nice. No. Nicely. That's that two in. Now I can put the rest on the board now. I think we should have 4. let me get the tweezers. Tweezer. And we should be able to take that one. Put that behind there like that. We can force that one behind. Right. And there was one right behind. If I remember correctly, it was one behind this green capacitor. And it was a pink one. I know what it was. How did I know that? That's it. Lovely. I want to go too mad because it'll just snap it. So, next thing is transformer. So, let me put the connection in. It's not the best connections, you know. They don't have to look dodgy as hell. Again, very tarnished. Yeah, I might just want to give that a quick clean inside them contacts. That don't look great. That doesn't. That looks really tarnished between that contact, which is right up here. Yeah, that's much better. Not the greatest, no, but that's definitely took it a lot better than what it was. Oh yeah, much better. Yeah, I'm happy with that now. That's better. Oh, she's clean as a squeaky whistling queen. Nice. And what I want to do is put the big long screw ones. I think it was one of them and one of them. They won't be too long in these. it was that one. Nice. So we snug that down. So the next task is, let's put the microphone back in. Slot the microphone in. Nicely. Now before I put anything in, that's got to be done first, because otherwise I can't slot none of this in and solder it all up. So what I need to do is put that to one side for a minute. I can turn this off now. Cool. Take that out. That penny's gone black. Jesus, look at that penny. Look at the difference between oxidation when you use copper. One's gone black, one's sort of gone like copper. Wow. And it's black the terminals. I mean, it's gone the black to black, and wow, I mean, that's even more impressive. Not only did that earlier on melt, but that is something. It's actually oxidized the crocodile clips. It's, I might have to keep my little Dremel, give her just a tad. Yeah, nothing that a little clean wouldn't do. Let's clean that penny up, lovely. Wow. Brought the penny up alright. I can't put it in here, it was jet black. that black oxidation that's come off that. That's amazing. It was all off what that coca did. I just brought the penny back up. It was jet black a minute ago. And that one's come up alright. Could do with another polish. But do you know what? That ain't done bad. Comparing it was jet black. Right, okay. So let me move these up here and let me take that out, and I need to dispose of this Coca-Cola. Can go down the toilets. So obviously I'm not going to drink that. Or lick it. I won't recommend it. Tonsil. It's always that tonsil. No, we don't mind tonsil. Right. Main thing is just put the pennies back. I'm probably going to need them for another time. Now I know I will use Coca-Cola, and I will give that a go next time. Seems to go very well hand in hand. So give that a little dab. Just dab all that Coca-Cola off. Take my pliers, and again it's gone tarnished again. So oh, for crying out loud. Right. Right, this time. No. Little pinch, it's just what we like, a little bit of a pinch. That's a lot better than what that was. Hell of a lot better. He's took it right away back. Took all that nasty, that sort of like, you know, he's took all that blackness off. So yeah, 100%. It's definitely. I'm more happy with it. You can actually see the black carbon coming off onto my hands. So yeah, I would definitely say that is a win. You're never, like I said, you're never going to get it perfect, but that is a lot better than what it is. That will definitely 100% make a connection. Looks like brass. It's because that's what it was. You know, underneath it would have been. They probably would have used like a coating to put over it. So yeah, great little tool. Absolutely great little tool. Done its job. Who's that? Who's that, Bonds? You can hear the part of the barking coming back from the TV. He thinks it's another dog. Crank. Dogs. Not the brightest of cats. They're not the brightest of cats, are they? No, especially him. He definitely ain't. That one, definitely short of a Bonson deal thing. Any Bonsk? Ah, not my Bonsie. Your Bonsie barks a lot, that Bonsie. Bad Bonald. He's a very bad Bonald. We don't mind Bonalds. So what I want to do now is put all this back. Start putting all these clips back in, because I don't think I can put them in once this sets in. I have to do this out, if I remember correctly. So first things first, let's put these top ones with the battery compartments go in. So one goes in at the top, slots in, lovely. And we do the bottom one. Nice. Yeah, because one's at the bottom. Would help. I fucking put it in back to front. What a dick. That's better. That's better. So the battery terminals. Right, now. What one did come out of what? I think this one come out the bottom. Because one of these come out the bottom end. So I think this is what's done it. The bad one was at the top, if I remember correctly. Now this is going to be the most tricky part. It's getting this back in. I think I'm going to be right in saying this is going to put up a fight. Where's that flat spatula? Flat spatula. Yeah, I know that this definitely come out the bottom. Because the rusty one was at the top, which is the one I cleaned the most. So, this is where you need light. And it's the crucial, most vulnerable part because you definitely need it. No. Told you. These weren't going to be easy. No way was these going to be easy to get in. So. Fidgets. Crying out loud. Why do things have to be very difficult when slotting in? That's got to be pushed. I've got to pinch that to get that in. That's what I need to do, is pinch it. It has to be pinched in. Ever so slight. No, and you know what's going to happen. This bloody thing's going to ping halfway across the room and I'm going to lose it. Because I know that's going to happen. That's got to go down. That section. Told you. Bonce, stop it, please. Not tonight, boy. Why can't you just be a good boy and just, you know, stop all that woofing? I think that is done. That is now in. And she's in. Is that in? That looks in to me. Wow. That one's in. I think that looks like it. Lovely. Now it's sitting a lot better now. Great. So that one's in. So it sits in nice. Now we need to just put one more in. And what I could do is just now this one's going to be the tricky one, isn't it? Of course it's going to be the tricky one. Because we have to try to get that in. Where's them little needle nose pliers? Now that, my friend, is that. She's in. Can we slot that in? Let's slot in. I think it will. That looks like it to me. It's not the prettiest, I'll grant you, it's not. but we are in. It is now. That is now sitting proud, and we've got no rust. Like I said, cleaned all that nasty rustiness off. So both of them terminals now, one goes at the bottom, one goes at the top. So I've got top and bottom. Now this is where the fun part comes in, because I need to solder this on first. Let me show you what I've done. So basically, so these parts are now gone in and they're now fully cleaned. So now I'm just on the verge of just doing the solder. I'm going to bung some solder on. If that's a laugh, if you can bloody well find it, because there it is. Alright, found it. I was going to say, because I couldn't find it earlier. I was looking for it. So that's come off. Not great. Right, now we need to put that underneath there, my dear boy, and a solder. Pull that through, like that. Wrap that over. Create a nice solder. Let's straighten that up. They're bent as fucking nine bob note. Wow. They're like Clarence, the cross-eyed pair of many that's better. That's better. Lovely. That is a perfect job. Nice and clean. That is a lovely snug fit, and so is that. They are not going anywhere. Now this can officially all go back into play. Switch her off. Nicely. Same as a pair. Oh no, you can't. You crank. You've got to put the. I've got to switch it back on because you haven't done the bottom one. And there's another one at the bottom here. The wire has to be connected. Do you know what? I forget everything. Where's that wire? Right, now that bottom one's on. Now it's got to go back in. Now this can all go back because now there should not be nothing in the way of getting this put back together, except for doing them wires. Where's that? Torch. Oh, in fact, not there. Lovely. Snug as a rug. She fits like a glove. So we've got you got to do the wires, yeah? Oh yeah, fucking banana brain. I've got to take that board back out. I forgot to put the wires on. No, I forgot something. But they're all in, except these ain't lining up. And why ain't they lining up? It's probably because you've got that wire traced underneath there, you donut. Not the easiest to put back in, but she'll go back in. So what I've got to do first is I've got to take this board back out. Oh, I don't friggin' believe it. Wow. They've all got to come back out because I forgot to solder the wires in. Of course. Yes, how dumb of me. Rookie mistake. We'll get there. Right, that one's got to come out, and I've got the bottom two are going to have to come back out because you can't get to the wires. I'm going to have to take all this beautiful mechanism back out because you donut, you forgot to solder the wires in. See? So what I've got to do next then is put this wires on first. So first things first, let's get the wires sorted, shall we? And then we can worry about all this goodness after. Actually, I might have to. Solder. That's on there snug. It's just how I like to see it. There she's on. They're both sorted on there nicely. Got the red to red and blue to blue. Put that back in. Now we can slide it all back in because now we've got the speakers connected. Just give a little tug, make sure these bloody wires are not going to come off. It's going to be the last bloody time I take this thing apart. not good. Now the wires are on. Thank God. Right, now I can put this back. For the final time. Time consuming. No. The one's got to be pushed up slightly. Nicely. And get a lot of paper, but should do. Right, so again, it's nicely put back together. Now we've got to organise this bloody wire. Bloody Doug, hold up a minute. There was a grey wire that I took off. Because we've got two wires here that go to there. There was another wire that actually did grow up. Let me double check. Because something don't seem right. Yes. So we had that one steaming up there. That's now right. The wires are soldered on. Yes, I can see the wires are soldered. So we'll poke the wire nicely. Nice. So we've got that one there, but there was another grey wire. Didn't I have to poke the wire through? Yes, I'm sure it went through here. Something's not adding up. Because I disconnected the wire coming up here. And it wasn't on that one. So there was two wires. Well, that's only one wire. So there is another wire that we're short. just know it. I've got a really bad feeling. Well, that's soldered on. That's soldered on. They're soldered on. Nicely. They're not coming off. But it was another... I remember it being a grey wire. So I remember taking them off from here. Yeah, and I was right. It was hiding underneath. Did I know that was going to be hiding underneath? Actually, I can put these screws back. We should have 2 screws. Let me have a look at the screws. I think it's them. We can put these back in. I knew it. I bloody knew it. Hold up. Are they the screws for that? Ah, they might not be the screws, you know. And I've got to put the pinch roller back on as well. No. Gary. Hello, Gal.
Hello, John. Just on the way back from Basildon, all right?
Oh.
What I'll do, John, I'm just going to jump on the M25. When I'm 5 minutes from my house, I'll send you a text, all right?
All right, mate. Just be careful. I'll meet you around yours.
You know the corner of my road? You know where the corner?
Yep.
I'll be there. I'll give you a text 5 minutes from home. I'll leave your house and be back right.
All right, mate. No worries. See you soon, mate.
I reckon I'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes, I reckon.
All right, mate. No worries. So, mate.
Bye, John.
They was the wrong screws. They wasn't the right screws because they went for the bottom. Naughty, naughty. Right. Now, I knew that was going to be the case. So, now, hold up a minute, because we've got wires coming out of that section. We've got to put that back. Oh no, before you put that back, you've got to put the pinch roller on, because you've got no pinch roller. Of course you've not got a pinch roller, because you cleaned it. So, first things first. Pinch roller first. Then the little clip. Like that. And then the little circlip. Now this is the most crucial part, so I'm going to push her on for a minute. Snap. She's on. Lovely. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's music to my ears. We've got a nice clean pinch roller. Now we can put this back. Now we can put all this slider in. That's got to go under. We don't want to have that on display. So I can sort it out after. Hold up, hold up. Don't be too hasty. Just look, you've done it again. Oh, for crying out loud. It's got to go behind. Of course it's got to go behind. the wires. They are a mess. That's got to go that side. This has got a slot in. Yes. Yeah, she's in. All I've got to do is put that wire onto that one. That's got to be soldered back to that. We've got them wires on there. So oh, there was another. Was there another pink one? There was another pink one. She goes up here. Lovely. Careful. See, so you can break. So I don't like these. They talk. They've got too much torque on them. Not too much torque. Right. We want to keep that flat. That's got to be soldered back on there. That's got to be soldered back on. And we've got to put the screws back in. And we need to clean that, just that little section up round there. Nice. It's all clicking back into play now. Nice. So we want the two black ones down the bottom. Number one. She's got a nice shiny new belt. We've got them soldered and that's cleaned. Let me put bloody no, that is hot. 400 degrees Celsius, I suppose, and it would do. That would take your skin off. Oh, for crying out loud. Perfect. And we need to now put this back on. So again, let's put a dab. Where's that? Where's that? Solder. We need a dab on that. We need a dab on that. Nice. Actually, let me have a quick look at the picture. Yeah, as I thought, the white one goes to the left. That one, and we can do nice. It'll be 5 minutes from home, so I'm going to wait around the corner. Time I put my shoes on. This is now nearly done. And I'm going to end the stream here. So thank you for joining. I've got to dart out, and I will see you again tomorrow. Thanks for watching.